woman who was travelling on a scooter with 2 children in Pune. Vulcan Green Steel, a Jindal-promoted company, said that it has sent its executive accused of harassment by a woman passenger during an international flight on administrative leave amid the investigation. The Gujarat Health Minister says 16 people have died due to the Chandipura virus and 50 cases have been reported. The central government reviewed the situation and has rushed the teams there. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will address a massive rally today in Kolkata, an annual event commemorated as Shahid Divas. She will be joined on stage by Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav. Former US President Donald Trump said on Saturday that Chinese President Xi Jinping sent him a note after he sustained a gunshot wound to his ear during an assassination attempt last week. Now, the central government has convened an all-party meeting on Sunday ahead of the budget session of Parliament. Now, during this meeting, the government will seek cooperation from all political parties to ensure the smooth functioning of both the houses of Parliament. The budget session, the first of the Modi 3.0 government, will be held from the 22nd of this month to the 12th of next month. The union budget will be presented on the 23rd of July. It will be the first budget of the Narendra Modi government in its third term. This will be Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 7th budget. Like the previous year, it will be presented paperless. Now, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju will hold the meeting of floor leaders of all political parties in Parliament shortly to understand their issues they would want to raise during the session.
Well, certainly the government has convened an all-party meeting today to understand what the issues of the opposition are and what they wanted to raise in the upcoming session of the Parliament. Remember, it would be Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman who will be presenting the economic papers, economic survey papers on Monday, and later on Tuesday the Union financial budget. This time, we have been told that the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju will be holding this meeting with all the floor leaders of the political parties ahead of the budget session, which will convene till 12th of August and have 19 sessions. The government is all planning to bring 6 bills. Of course, one is to replace the 90-year-old aircraft bill. Apart from it, the government is likely to amend the Banking Regulation Act 1949 and other laws such as Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer Understandings Act 1970, Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfers Understanding Act 1980 in the budget session, due to which the government shareholding in PSBs can go down below 51%. We've been told that Trinamool Congress would not be attending this all-party meeting, and of course major opposition parties will be attending this all-party meeting. It would be, of course, the opposition parties who would be raising demands on the discussion of NEET Raw in the upcoming session, also on the discussion over the passenger safety because of the recent train accidents in the country. Apart from it, Manipur issue can also be raised by the opposition parties, but certainly it is government who is planning to bring 6 bills and the budget. Of course, one of the very important thing that government is planning to pass about the Jammu and Kashmir budget in this session of Parliament as well. So it all remains to be seen. What is expected is fiery session, but whether the government will agree to the demands of opposition, and as the government had been constantly saying that they want a smooth session of Parliament and they would be agreeing to discuss any of the issues, but not a disruption this time in the budget session.
Right, so that was Aishwarya Jain giving us all the details about the meeting. And in the latest, the TMC has decided to skip this all-party meeting, which will soon begin with the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju at the helm of it. Now shifting our focus to the Pune story, where an elderly man and his wife have been arrested in Pune for allegedly assaulting a woman who was travelling on a scooter with two children yesterday. In a shocking incident of road rage, Swapnil Kekre, who was allegedly angry because he wasn't given space to overtake, pulled the woman's hair and punched her twice with such force that her nose began bleeding extensively, as you can see in the visuals. A case was registered against Swapnil after Geraldine De Silva, a digital content creator, posted a video narrating her ordeal. We also have her reaction. Take a look.
Hi everyone, my name is Geraldine De Silva. I was on the street of Barir Pasha Link Road. I was with two kids. There was an old man who was speeding through us for 2 kilometers, and I was somehow taking the vehicle from the left hand side, not wanting to come into his way. This guy overspeeds, risks life of so many people and takes a left turn, takes me on the side. He gets out of the car very furiously. He gives me like 2 punches. He pulls me completely, like he pulls my hair. I had 2 kids. He didn't care about the kids. And this is how it is at the moment. And yeah, I just want to say, how safe is the city? Where is this going? Why are people behaving like maniacs? I had 2 kids on me. कुछ भी हो सकता था. और I don't know where all of this is going. I just want that this man should get, the cops should just punish him for what he did. There was a lady who helped me. There were people who were seeing. He punched me right in my face and I started bleeding immediately. So, yeah, I don't know what to say anymore.
For more details, my colleague Paras Dama is also joining me. Paras, we know that Swapnil has been arrested for allegedly assaulting this woman, but what more details do we know about the accused?
So right now 2 people have been arrested in this entire matter. One, the older person, and his wife has been arrested. More details are still awaiting in this entire matter. What was the background of this 2 person who has been arrested by Pune police? So it is a matter of investigation right now. Pune police is investigating thoroughly in this entire matter because it is a very serious thing which is happening in Pune from last so many days, so many months. We have seen that there was Pune hit and run case, there was another hit and run, and now this type of incidents which have took place in Pune. So it is basically a law and order situation which is taking place in Pune, and now it is up to Pune police how to handle that. So Pune police is trying their best to stop this type of incidents, and in this very incident, the Pune police has lodged FIR yesterday, and 2 person has been already arrested by Pune police, and they are investigating into this whole matter. Who was this person? Why he did that? Why he hit the social media influencer? So many things are to be investigated in this entire matter. So Pune police is investigating into this matter. We will come to know the exact point why the older man hit this lady. So it is a matter of investigation. Pune police is investigating into this entire matter now.
Right. Paras, do we know any more details? The pertinent question that was raised by the woman, that how safe are the roads in Pune? In this regard, what are the Pune police doing in ensuring the people that the roads in Pune are safe?
So this is a very important question which has been already asked by the Punekars. They are trying to understand what is going wrong in Pune, because this type of incident has not happened for the first time after the Pune hit and run case, where there were many questions which was raised on Pune police that what are they doing. So there are major steps that they have taken regarding the road safety in Pune, but this type of incident again puts a very important question in front of Pune police, that what exactly they are trying to do, because this type of incident has never stopped in Pune. So Pune police right now, they are trying to build the environment like there will be no this type of incident. For that, the planning has been already started after the Pune hit and run case. But still, we don't know the exact situation, what type of planning has been done by Pune police to stop this type of incident which is happening in Pune.
Right. Thank you so much, Paras, for giving us all the details. Shifting our focus to Chandipura virus, there have been 16 deaths and 50 cases of Chandipura virus reported in Gujarat as central teams have been rushed to the state. Now, Gujarat Health Minister Hrishikesh Patel confirmed the deaths in the state, adding that information regarding this has been disseminated in every village and community health centre. This virus is primarily known for causing an acute encephalitis, a severe brain inflammation, especially in children. Chandipura virus gets transmitted by vectors like mosquitoes, ticks and sandflies. Union Health Ministry along with experts reviewed cases of Chandipura virus and acute encephalitis syndrome in Gujarat, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. Central teams have also been sent to the states.
गुजरात के अंदर छोटे छोटे बच्चों में बहुत सारे चांदीपुरम के जो लक्षण होते हैं ऐसा पाया गया। उसकी वजह से थोड़ा सा डर फैला था, लेकिन उसको पूना के लैब के अंदर भेजने से टोटल 7 केस भेजे गए थे, उसमें से 2 कंफर्म आए, 1 कंफर्म आया है और 6 नेगेटिव आए हैं। जरूरी सूचनाएं पूरे राज्य के अंदर दे दी गई। गुजरात में टोटल 47 केस है और 3 दूसरे राज्यों से आए हुए हैं। उनमें से टोटल 50 केस है, उनमें से डेथ कंफर्म 16 है।
Now, the Karnataka government is considering implementing a cess on film tickets and over-the-top subscription fees to support cinema and cultural artists. The cess will range from 1% to 2% and will be reviewed by the state government every 3 years. It will be imposed upon cinema tickets, subscription fees and revenue generated from the related establishment within the state. The Karnataka Sene and Cultural Activists Welfare Bill 2024 was tabled in the State Assembly on Friday, that is the July 19th. Listen into some reactions coming in.
I think it is absolutely okay because whatever we are seeing or facilitating we are getting from the government, it is from our tax only. And though it is a entertainment, so it is not the thing, some essential things that it is being taken from everybody. I am not seeing the movie every day, no. It may be for once in a month or twice in a month. So it is an entertainment. It is not some compulsory things. So definitely I will pay.
I don't think it's fair. I mean, I think all they are saying is instead of coming to the theatres, by increasing the cess, they're just asking us to sit back and watch the OTT platforms. They're encouraging us more to go towards OTT platforms than inviting people to come and have a social life in the cinema theatres.
Still, are you going to movies?
I think now with this, I'm going to decide on this. Probably I'll pay more for the other OTT platforms and subscribe to new platforms now. That's what it's going to be. Yeah.
Now, the Vulcan Green Steel has said it has sent its executive accused of harassment by a woman passenger during an international flight on administrative leave amid the investigation. Now, VGS is an entity backed by the Jindal Group of companies, said in a statement that they are deeply concerned about the recent allegations involving a senior executive in their company. The company also said that they recognize the gravity of the situation and are committed to addressing it with utmost seriousness, care, integrity and urgency. The woman passenger who was travelling business class with the executive claimed he showed her pornography and groped her. Listen in.
I was traveling from Kolkata to Boston via Abu Dhabi, and on the flight from Kolkata to Abu Dhabi, I was seated next to a middle-aged man who claimed to be from Jindal Steel CEO. Very normal conversation, as you know when you're traveling, that you sometimes meet a lot of different kind of people, some who are extremely chatty, and this gentleman was having a normal conversation about where he's from and where I'm from, what we do. And he asked me whether I also enjoy watching movies, to which I replied, obviously, right? I mean, I do enjoy watching movies. It turns out that he started showing me porn videos. And then he slowly started nuzzling my neck and coming towards me and moving his hands around my body.
Now, my colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary is now joining me for more details. Ratnadeep, we know that an independent third party will be investigating this case. What other details do we have?
That's what the company where this gentleman works. He is a CEO of Vulcan Green Steels, which is with the part of the Jindal Steel Group. And the company has come on record to say that he has been sent on administrative leave and an independent probe has been started by the company. But the parents of this victim have also gone to the airport police station in Kolkata, and they have lodged a complaint, to which now what we're picking up from Bidhan Nagar City Police, under whose jurisdiction the Kolkata airport comes under. They have now lodged an FIR, and the police have also started an investigation. So it is under the ambit of police investigation. That's what is being reported as well from Kolkata. And now one has to see what this police investigation leads to, given the fact that it is a very sensitive case of a mid-air sexual assault against women. And there are different sections which have been put in the FIR, and if this person is found guilty, he might be jailed for at least 5 years.
Yes, Ratnadeep, thank you so much for all the details. Shifting our focus to Bangladesh, where protests continue to wreak havoc in the state, the Indian Ministry of External Affairs has notified that nearly 1,000 Indian students have been evacuated from the riot-stricken country. In its latest update, the Ministry of External Affairs mentioned that the Indian High Commission in Dhaka have been assisting in the evacuation process of all the students that are stuck in Bangladesh. The ministry assured that the local authorities are in regular contact with more than 4,000 students who are still stranded in various universities in Bangladesh and are providing necessary assistance. Not only this, the Indian authorities are also assisting students from Nepal and Bhutan to evacuate from the turbulent region. Meanwhile, a curfew remains imposed in the state. And in some breaking news that we are tracking, a delegation of farmer leaders will meet the Haryana government today. The Chief Principal Secretary to the CM, R.K. Khullar, will hold talks with the farmer leaders. The meeting of Haryana government and farmer leaders will be held at around 12 noon in Haryana Nivas. The discussions will be held on various things, and we have my colleague Gurpreet Chinna joining us to give us details on. Gurpreet, if you can tell us what will be the discussion focusing on during this meet between the farmers and the Haryana government?
Well, in wake of upcoming Vidhan Sabha election, it seems Haryana government has invited all the farmer leaders to hold a discussion. What we have learned, there will be discussion on the MSP, on the various crops, and besides that, there is one of the main issue which is already prevailing in the Haryana state also, that is the barricades which have been put up. We have seen the court had already given direction to the Haryana government to remove all these barricades, and these will be the main points which they are going to discuss in the meeting. So meeting will be starting at about 12 afternoon, and after that there will be conclusion. Let's complete the meeting, and after that there will be clear whether there is some solution of their problem or not. Back to studio.
Right. Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for giving us all the details. Our eyes will be if the Haryana government will be able to assuage all the problems raised by the farmers in the state. Now, after successive electoral victories in which she defeated the BJP in West Bengal, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will address a massive rally today in Kolkata. This comes a day after a day which is commemorated as Shahid Divas by the Trinamool Congress to mark the death and honor 13 people who were killed in police firing during a demonstration in 1993, led by then West Bengal Youth Congress leader Mamata Banerjee. Over the years, this program has gained significance as a platform where Mamata Banerjee addresses lakhs of party supporters and workers in the heart of Kolkata, sets the agenda for the party in the days to come. This year, Mamata Banerjee will be joined by Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav, who is also likely to address the gathering. Other INDI alliance leaders will also be seen if they accept the invitation that has been extended by the West Bengal Chief Minister to them to attend the program. And in Uttarakhand, Badrinath National Highway is blocked again. It is blocked at 3 key locations in Uttarakhand after debris fell from a hill due to heavy rains in the region. Now, several passengers have been stranded there, in which 3 people have also lost their lives, while 2 have been injured after stones and debris fell from a hill near Chirbasa on Kedarnath Yatra trekking route. Now, the National Investigation Agency has charge-sheeted 10 accused, including Canada-based terrorist Goldie Brar, in an extortion case in Chandigarh. 2 of the charge-sheeted accused, including Goldie Brar, are absconding. Brar has been named as the key conspirator in the case and has been charged with formation of a terror gang to execute terror activities in India. Well, for more news and updates, keep watching NDTV. We will be right back after this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारा नहीं थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Now, in what it says is a retaliation for a Houthi drone attack on Tel Aviv that left 1 Israeli dead and a few injured. Israel launched a strike on the Yemeni port. At least 3 people have been killed and 87 have been left injured by the Israeli strike on Houthi-controlled port. Israel also struck what it claims was a Hezbollah arms depot in southern Lebanon, injuring many civilians. The Houthis have condemned the attack, while Israeli PM Netanyahu vowed to act against those who attacked them. The strike comes on the heels of Netanyahu's visit to Washington today, before which he is expected to meet with the hostage negotiating teams over as families of Israeli hostages held by Hamas continue to protest in Tel Aviv against his government. My colleague Vishnu Shom has more details.
From the beginning of the war, I made it clear that Israel will act against all those who attack us. This is why earlier today, I asked the Israeli cabinet to back my decision to strike against the Houthi targets in Yemen. The port that was targeted is not an innocent port. It's used as the entry point for weapons that are supplied by Iran to its Houthi terrorist proxies. The Houthis have used those weapons to attack Israel, to attack Arab states in the region, to attack many others. This strike comes in direct response to the killer drone attack yesterday that killed one person and injured several others 100 yards from the U.S. consulate in Tel Aviv.
This is something which many of us, observing the region closely and the war in West Asia felt was inevitable. Remember, the Houthis have been targeting shipping in that region and in very important waterways. In fact, that's something which south of the Suez, that is something which the Israeli Prime Minister alluded to, number one. Number two, he also spoke about how hundreds of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles have been launched from Yemen in the direction of Israel, and these have been intercepted by Israel's system. But the immediate reason for this retaliation by Israel was because of the death of one Israeli national as a result of a drone strike on Tel Aviv. That's what Prime Minister Netanyahu referred to. Al-Hodeida port in Yemen has been targeted in a massive way. In fact, parts of the oil storage facilities over there, if not all of the oil storage facilities, have been entirely destroyed. This was a strike carried out by approximately 8 Israeli aircraft. There was perhaps some support from Israel's allies. That said, it is a major escalation, but one that some would suggest was inevitable given what we've seen with Houthi attacks in that region.
And with that, we're taking a short break. Don't go anywhere. Keep watching NDTV.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's digital.
As India gears up for the upcoming budget, a lot of expectations doing the rounds, and we have the tech sector that is looking at a transformative phase and are also aspiring for new benchmarks that can drive innovation and growth. Talking about the tech sector in India, it is huge. We are talking of the tech sector that is contributing to at least $250 billion in revenue. And when it comes to 90% of the Fortune 500 companies, all of them belong to Indian tech companies. They are customers of Indian tech companies. That's how huge they are. And what better way to kickstart this show, talking about budget expectations with domain experts from a place like Bengaluru, which is the Silicon Valley of India. I'm Pratibha Raman, and I have with me guests on the show, starting with Mr. Raghavendra Rao, who is a brand consultant in the tech space. And we also have startup founder, Mr. Venu Kundur. Thank you so much for joining us. And we have Bobby Reddy, angel investor. Madan Padki needs no introduction, president of TAI Bengaluru. And we also have Krupesh Bhatt, who's the CEO of SignDesk. Let's start the show with the first question to Mr. Raghavendra Rao, and the question is about talking of the growth rate in this sector. It has plummeted to around 3.8% as compared to 8.1% in the financial year 2023. So how do you think these numbers can be reversed, especially with the budget?
Thank you, Pratibha. With more youngsters entering the technology space, especially in Bangalore, one is that, the finance minister should look at giving the carrot to the youngsters. So the first increasing the slab, okay, which is still very old in that sense. So one is that, and also with after COVID, a lot of people are investing heavily on health insurance. Now that benefit hasn't gone actually down the last mile. And yet the discount or the saving which is given is to a maximum of 25,000 rupees, other than what the employers pay as an insurance. That also I think need to be up for the youngsters to jump the bandwagon, and also look at women. We keep talking about women empowerment. There was some waiver given to women in the early stages of this income tax, but that has now been pulled up, and now that is not available. So how do you lure more women to fall into this? I think that must be the first priority of the finance minister. Yeah.
I like the way that the moment you referred to youngsters, you were looking at me, so I totally feel super young now. But unfortunately, I'm not in the tech space, but the media space. But my next question is to Mr. Venu Kundur. You did mention about how infrastructure must be given a lot of boost, but talking of digital infrastructure as well, and how do you think the funding on this front or budget allocation on this front can help spur growth?
I strongly believe that is the need of the hour, because as country we are saying that hey, we would be about 10 trillion economy, okay, by next 5 years. So if that's the plan, we need to have digital economy going at a very fast pace, and that can only be achieved with a lot of push that government can actually give. Right? How do they incentivize the SMEs and down the hill the people who have not yet joined the bandwagon of digital infrastructure, push them, right? So today we see that a lot of consumer-led businesses are into it, but the B2B businesses are still catching up, right? So how do we push that? So incentivization is the key thing, right? Hey, if you use these, softwares or technology, IoTs, AI kind of thing, hey, here is the incentives that we are going to link along with your, income, right? So that's really going to get that desired push, right? That's what I strongly believe.
In fact, Mr. Venu Kundur deals with a startup that talks of a lot of logistics when it comes to delivering of packages and trucks that are on highways, is what I've understood.
Yes.
So it's easier driving on highways than on the city roads here.
Yes, absolutely. Drive is definitely easier. Yes.
Well, my next question is to Mr. Bobby Reddy. When it comes to the kind of incentives for investments, how do you think the kind of budget allocations should be on that front? Because talking of your industry, I think one of the key budget expectation is the fact that they want 1 lakh crore rupees in deep tech funds to drive the startup growth. What's your take?
Before that, I'd like to address the angel tax issue. I think the government should seriously look at that and how they can reduce this angel tax, because on one side you want to incentivize startups to come into thing, but then again you're taxing the angels. So this is kind of unfair. So I think the government should look at that deeply. And on one side, the government wants to incentivize startups, give them funds, but on the other side you want to tax them. So also the tax on startups, they should give them a longer leeway to kind of become profitable. And then how do they, how does a startup come out of their losses, and how do they kind of reinforce themselves? I think the government should look at that. And coming back to, incentivizing thing, I think we should let the industry incentivize the startups and the founders. And the other thing is, taxes on ESOPs, I think is a crucial thing that the government should look at. Because otherwise it's not very lucrative for any person to take the ESOPs. It's not very viable. So the government should seriously look at that, I think, is one of the big concerns and expectations we have from the budget.
Well, as a layman, I've always thought that, the tax slabs are always an issue only to do with, the common man here. But I never thought that it could actually be industry friendly. So my next question is to Mr. Madan Padki. How do you think that the tax slabs can be industry friendly, and especially with the tech sector? And also, do you think that global technology centers, the expansion of it, can also be one of the key factors in kind of making it industry friendly and at the same time driving growth?
Sure, thanks Pratibha. I'm just trying to take a macro view of the budget itself. For me, the 5 magic words that I would look for in across the budget would be youth, entrepreneurial skills, digital, job creators, and district level, right? Where I'm trying to arrive at, and I'll come to the question that you say, is that we see there's a massive opportunity, which is the demographic dividend that we have. But if you don't equip them with entrepreneurial skills, with the right relevant digital tools, especially with the DPI infrastructure that's being rolled out, and encourage them not to migrate out from their cities, but can each district itself become vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystems, right? And therefore, can we create jobs there? To me, is the macro picture that the government must focus on for the next, 25 years. If we do that, then the district digital economy grows, and there is the whole, the Viksit Bharat dream comes alive, not for just the metro dwellers, but for every youth in every district across the country. So in that context, how do you incentivize industries to engage with districts? What tax breaks can I get? There are already certain state government policies that will incentivize me to move from a Bangalore to a Dharwad or a Belgavi. Can we accelerate that to every other districts?
In fact, it's pretty interesting that you did talk about how districts should also kind of gain in this entire technological growth. But one of the recent, since I'm a journalist, I've been covering some of the recent developments here, and talking of the Ramnagar district in Karnataka. Aiming to rename that and bringing it into the Bangalore fold. I see many of them wanting to answer that. But aiming to bring that into the Bangalore fold. Do you think that that is going to be a boon or a bane when it comes to driving investments?
In fact, I would think, why only Ramnagara? Why can't we call Bidar Bangalore North? Right? So where I'm coming from, Pratibha, is that I think there must be a little Bangalore in every district. Like how there's a little India in Singapore, right? Where you go. So what I'm trying to say is, it's just not renaming it, right? It is taking the culture and the ethos of the ecosystem like a Bangalore and embedding that in every district. How do we make that happen? So can there be a little Bangalore in every district of Karnataka where a startup feels the same vibe?
My next question to Mr. Krupesh. How do you think the expansion of the tech industry can happen? Because more often than not, every third person is a techie, especially in Bengaluru as well as other cities that I've been to. Is this going to be a boon or a bane for a city like Bengaluru? Because nobody wants to be a doctor or an engineer anymore. Everybody wants to be a tech expert.
Yeah, I think, see, the startups and then tech companies come in different shapes and sizes, right? So definitely one size doesn't fit all. But if you look at the jobs created, MSMEs contribute about 62% of job creation in India compared to larger companies. So the government should definitely focus on smaller companies creating more jobs. So in that respect, there are two aspects, right? For the smaller startups, the problem is not really with funding or working capital. I'm talking about very small startups, where I think government should definitely reduce the compliance burden. So typically, there'll be about 60, 70 kind of the compliance laws that are applicable even for a small startup. And when it comes to medium and the larger sized the startups, the problem is the working capital, right? Typically, especially if you are building in India and selling in India, your the revenue collection cycle is anywhere between 3 to 4 months. But then all your payments are due at the beginning of the month. So that is working capital and also the future R&D expenses, all that you need capital. I think the startups in that mid segment need help from the government with funding. When funding, I think we're not asking for government to give us subsidies or incentives or the free or tax holidays. I think what is required is some kind of the credit, right? The credit access, like based on maybe the number of employees you have employed, like how many jobs you are creating. Based on that, can government support those companies with a larger capital pool? Right now, actually, we have about 10,000, 15,000 crores of credit made available to startups, but then that is distributed through the PE and then VC funds. Again, that goes to larger companies. But when it comes to smaller and medium segment companies, based on the headcount, based on the size of your payroll, can government help us with with the working capital requirements? So that would help. I think basically, if government takes care of these two different the stages of startups, then I think it will create more jobs. I think we are definitely. There is no shortage of entrepreneurial skills in India. I think just to make a correction to like what you said, now it's not only that everybody wants to be employed in the tech space, but then they want to be entrepreneurs themselves, right? I mean, that's a good thing. I think probably with a little bit of help from government, I think it will go a long way.
In fact, the question stems from the fact that one of my very, very close friends, I'm also making this a very casual conversation, was employed just very recently into one of the global tech companies, and later there was a lot of attrition, a lot of layoffs, and she was also one of the victims of that. So do you think that that is definitely going to be one of the factors leading to the downfall of the tech sector, and how can that be corrected?
I think what gets reported in the media is mostly the layoffs and then what larger companies are doing. But then if you look at the smaller size of companies, I think people are not really downsizing, right? And the smaller startups are definitely not cutting. They're using this as an opportunity to reduce their cost and then bring efficiencies.
And it's all cyclical. This thing of layoffs and again getting things is all. But the thing that people have to look at is reskilling themselves, because technology keeps changing. You have to keep with the change. So I think that's one of the key things.
In fact, that's an interesting point. So when you talk about reskilling, how does artificial intelligence play a role? Because I see AI creeping into every industry possible. And how do you think that can be adapted into the tech industry? And how do you think the budget allocation on that front can help transform things tomorrow?
Interestingly, right, about 300 years ago, mathematics was considered as an esoteric art. There used to be people who were experts in abacus, and they were called abacus, and people went to them to kind of figure out their mathematical. But today, it is a common thing that is taught for everybody. And math for all started out several centuries ago, and now that's ubiquitous. I believe we are at a similar cusp in AI. It is now seen as an esoteric art or whatever, or a tech. Yeah. But I think the society has to use AI in every facet of life. So I would again look at it from a budget and the roadmap for India. How do you make AI for all a reality? Of course, there are several levels, right? What should a kid in a 4th grade not be told by the teachers that don't use ChatGPT, because they will use, but how do you really leverage a ChatGPT equivalent to learn faster, better? And that applies for everybody. So I think we should embrace AI as a society, figure out how do you take the conceptual thinking of AI to every school, every college, and every SME to leverage the power of AI, just like how we leverage the power of mathematics, to build a better society and better business growth for all of us.
I think so we see two problems with the AI, which the government can definitely help. One is, I think, where there is a severe shortage of GPUs. GPUs are typically these the big computing machines that would help you develop AI algorithms. So there is a shortage of that, and the second problem is it's super expensive. So if government can create the pool of GPU resources that could be distributed to startups and tech companies, then it would help us innovate the better, and then help us develop AI algorithms instead of using the ChatGPTs are open source AI algorithms. I think there are a lot of companies who are developing something on their own, something specific to India. So I think a little push from the government will help.
I mean, as a layman, when it comes to AI, more often than not, I do not really look at the ChatGPT as an app. because I feel that it is going to replace me sometime. So that's the threat that I have, and I personally do not want to open the app. What is your take for people like me?
It won't replace you, it will complement you.
Exactly.
And as you said, in your earlier thing that AI is creeping. It is creeping, and I think we have enough time to catch that bandwagon, and India is at the cusp of that, and I think with the kind of knowledge base that is there in India and the kind of educated workforce that we have, it's the right time for India to really embrace AI.
Even in communication, when we are building a brand, we do use AI, but as Bobby rightly said, the upskilling is not happening by the younger lot, okay? They use this upskilling only for their personal interactions. But when it comes to professional involvement and engagement, they are taking a step back. They are saying, let the company pay for it.
I read about deep fakes. How do you think all of these can be curbed in terms of the government's help as well?
So it's like a knife, right? You can use it to do a surgery and murder somebody. So I think we need to balance it out. In the AI for All initiative, I would also envision that we need to be able to create awareness about information disuse, the abuse. So we should also create what we call as a large-scale information intelligence process, right? If I see a deep fake and we see so much of cyber crimes happening today, right? How do I recognize that? Maybe that itself must be created as a skill.
In fact, talking about data and cybersecurity, where do you think the allocations can be in terms of, boosting that front to make sure that our data is safe?
So I think the government has a large role to play in this, in cybersecurity especially, because it's a very cost-intensive kind of this thing. The government should set, in fact, you should have a regulator for that, I guess. Rather than regulating stuff that is not needed, you should have a regulator for cybercrime and cybersecurity. They should have a regulator, and they should make it very stringent. The punishment should be more stringent. And I think it's all a question of evolution. Evolution of the business, of the technology. Things, countermeasures will come, and I think the industry will find solutions to that. So I don't think it's that much of a concern now, yes, for India.
But yet the government, I would say, has not upgraded their back end when it comes to technology. As he rightly said, when you do these cyber frauds which are happening, and they are very expensive software in the back end. Only banks can afford, but then somebody has to approve it, right? So I think that is very, very important when it comes to checking the cyber crimes which are happening at large scale. Yeah.
Overall, when you talk about, say, cloud computing, AI, and data as well as cybersecurity, how do you think there needs to be, streamlining of frameworks as well as policies? What are your expectations on that front in terms of, strategizing the framework as well as designing the policies?
I think the DPDP, the Data Privacy and Protection Law, was enacted last year in the Parliament. I think the government is still in the process of appointing the regulator and then implementing the entire system, right? So I think that's still work in progress, but I think we need to speed that up. It covers the privacy, data protection, the cyber security, and also the cross-border the sharing of data, right? So for AI to take off, you need a large amount of data, and then unfortunately, most of the data now is sitting in the servers that are not even in India. So in that sense, I think with the DPDP, the law, it would help us when we start owning our own data, and then when we help startups and then tech companies to innovate using that data. So with that, I think the data privacy and then security, all those aspects can be addressed. Probably the regulator who is going to handle data protection is going to play a large role here, because this is an evolving subject, right?
In fact, I have one other question in the AI space. So when it comes to the in-demand skills gap, it stands at around 20%. How do you think that can be changed?
The challenge so far in the skill space is that we've kind of delinked it from the demand side of things, right? So there's a supply side, and we have taken a lot of skills-based approach. The uptake of that by the demand has been low. So I would again say that, listen, it is best left to the industry to figure out what skills to be taught. And instead of incentivized training agencies and giving them money to skill, can you create some sort of a structure where you are actually working with the industries to say, listen, I will pay you to create the skills that you need, right? And you then take the absorption of whatever is required, and you figure out what needs to be done on the market side. I think there is a tectonic shift that we need when we think of skills, because we got to think demand first and then work backwards to skills rather than the other way around.
40% of our graduates are unemployed.
Exactly.
That's a very dangerous figure, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it could lead to a civil war. We're on the cusp of that. So I think the government should really look at skilling. I think that's the single biggest thing, rather than you giving money or giving this thing, is how do you skill? Working with industry, and the best way is to work with industry. Yeah. There's no substitute for that. No amount of government colleges won't help. You need to get people skilled and job-oriented kind of things where people can really be employed. That I think is the biggest.
I think we are running out of time, but then one last question. Any last thoughts that you would like to share when it comes to the union budget, so that this could be heard by the union government?
My take would be, there are a lot of PSUs, I was telling the team also, who are draining badly. And every budget, we end up paying X amount of money to just keep these guys alive. Shred the government, whatever power they have, give it to private players. They will establish it. They will do it better. I think that is the one thing I would say from my side.
Continue to have those investments that we have seen in the past at the similar pace that is required, okay, and like we come from logistic industry, we strongly believe that road, rail and sea has to be connected very well, right? So ports and modernization. So modernization, infrastructure, large money is required, right? So I believe that over $250 billion is what is required to just upgrade them. So we have to continue to have those investments.
So I'd like the government to come up with a national employment policy rather than education policy. I think, how do we get people employed? I think that's the single biggest factor, that if that is addressed, I think all the other things, investment, everything will follow. You just have to have people, because the whole world will be at our feet if we have people who are employable.
I think at a national level, it's time to put together a national district digital economy and entrepreneurship platform, where we take it on a mission mode to enable every district to achieve maybe $10 billion of digital economy by 2030, and take it on a mission mode, else drip feeding and starts and spurts of initiatives won't work. So we need a mission mode approach for entrepreneurship and digital economy.
I think one reform that is needed of the hour is the labor law reforms. I think the indirect taxation was standardized through GST. However, when it comes to labor laws, it is still state specific. So we have employees in different states, and then there's a huge cost involved with with the complying with the government laws. And if I may add one more, it is please fix the income tax portal. It is too slow, and then it's something. It should be a quick fix.
Right. Thank you so much for this, and we'll have to wrap it, but yes, there are going to be challenges aplenty, be it the employability gap or be it the geopolitical tensions. But then when it comes to the tech center and the tech sector, I'm sure all of them are definitely going to fight it, adapt to this new mode, as well as embrace this and come back with a wonderful comeback in India. And I'm sure the budget allocations are also going to help them in this strive. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much to our dear guests. And this is Pratibha Raman signing off for NDTV, along with my two very great camera persons, Govind as well as Kumar.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है।
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Leaders arrive for the all-party meeting ahead of the budget session of Parliament. Today, the government will seek cooperation from all political parties to ensure the smooth functioning of the House. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju will chair the meeting. Trinamool Congress to skip the meeting. 3 people have died, 2 are injured after stones and debris fell on the Kedar Nath Yatra trekking route. The Badrinath highway is blocked again as a red alert has been issued for extreme rainfall for parts of Uttarakhand. Vulcan Green Steel, a Jindal-promoted company, says that it sent its executive accused of harassment by a woman passenger during an international flight on administrative leave. Amid the investigation, she accused him of showing her pornography and groping. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to address a massive rally today in Kolkata, an annual event to commemorate Shahid Divas. She will be joined on stage this time by Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav. Bangladesh's top court is due to rule today on the future of civil service hiring rules that sparked the nationwide clashes between police and university students, in which 133 people have now died. India says that 1,000 students have been evacuated. They are in touch with the rest. And former US President Donald Trump says that Chinese President Xi Jinping sent him a note after his gunshot wound to his ear during the assassination attempt last week. He praises him. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut, and our top story now. Leaders have arrived for the all-party meeting called by the government today ahead of the budget session of Parliament that begins tomorrow. During the meeting today, the government will be seeking cooperation from all political parties to ensure the smooth functioning of both houses of Parliament. The budget session is the first of the Modi 3.0 government and will be held from the 22nd, that's tomorrow, to the 12th of next month. The union budget will be presented on the 23rd, that's Tuesday, and it will be the first budget of the Modi government in its 3rd term. This will be Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 7th budget, and like the previous years, it will be presented paperless. Now, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju will be presiding over this meeting, and the Trinamool Congress, however, has said that they are going to be skipping this meeting, while the BJD has said that they will be demanding a special package for Odisha. And there you can see leaders arriving. Rajnath Singh also arriving along with Kiren Rijiju and Mr. Meghwal for that all-party meeting. Let's go across to Aishwarya for more on this story. And Aishwarya, so the government keen to not have a repeat of what we saw, during the last session, vote of thanks for the president's speech, where there was major disruption, and now this all-party meeting really to get everyone on the same page.
Well, certainly it is government meeting just before the budget session. Remember, it is Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman who will lay the economic survey papers on Monday, and on Tuesday, Union budget that would present Union Finance Minister. Instead of it is Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju who had called all the party leaders to issues as to what had to raise. Of course, we know for the fact that TMC had not yet arrived at the all-party meeting, and they have skipped it. But it is several other regional parties who had their own demands. Particularly, if we talk about BJD, then they are demanding a special status for the state of Odisha. On the other side, it is Congress party who had been saying that it should be the largest opposition party which should get the deputy speaker position in the Lok Sabha, and giving it to their alliance is not a tradition that the Bharatiya Janata Party is following. And of course, the Congress party also had stated that they will raise an issue of the NEET row, which had lost the city of the examination because of the scandals Certainly, the removal of Mahatma Gandhi and Ambedkar statues from the traditional place inside the parliament is an insult according to them, and that would be also raised by the Congress party as well. The Manipur issue, again, the opposition parties have stated that they will be raising because Prime Minister has yet not gone to Manipur after the recent violence that also erupted, and people are dying because of the violence over there. So several of the issues is something that had been raised up by the opposition parties today. Certainly, the government will be constantly saying that they want a smooth parliament session along with the budget that they will be presenting. The 6 bills is something that is on priority of the government that they will be introducing. Of course, the amendment of the banking Regulation Act, and also scrapping of and replacing of the 90-year-old aircraft bill. That priority is in the upcoming session. Remember, there are 19 sittings, including till 12th of August, and the government is planning to have a very smooth session. But it is the opposition who is constantly saying that they will continue to raise their demands, and whether that will happen without disrupting the upcoming budget session is something that remains to be seen.
All right. Thanks so much, Aishwarya. And we can see the visuals as the leaders have all gathered inside for that meeting, an all-party meeting ahead of the budget session. And the government keen for a smooth session and wants to get all parties on board. But as you can imagine, all parties have their various demands as well. And the Trinamool Congress also skipping this meeting. Pramod Tiwari, a Congress leader, before entering the meeting, did say that the farmers' issue is something that the Congress is looking at. Also, no solution to Manipur, and fake cases on elected representatives are being pursued, that they are going to raise all these issues in Parliament.
न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य पर अभी तक कोई निर्णय नहीं आया है। किसान परेशान है, खेतिहर मजदूर परेशान है। इसी तरह अगर आप देखें तो बहुत से ऐसे मुद्दे हैं जो जन समस्याओं से जुड़े हुए हैं। ये सरकार जानबूझकर जन सरोकार की अवहेलना कर रही है। मणिपुर में अभी कोई निदान ये नहीं ढूंढ पाए हैं। देश के अन्य हिस्सों में हिंसा बढ़ रही है। जो हमारे निर्वाचित लोग हैं उन पर फर्जी मुकदमे चलाए जा रहे हैं। ये सारे मुद्दे होंगे जिसको हम उठाएंगे।
Well, moving on now to news from Uttarakhand, where 3 people have died in a tragic accident in Kedar Nath following a landslide there. In fact, news that the stones and debris fell on the pilgrims on this pilgrimage route. Rescue operations are currently underway. A landslide has also resulted in the blockade of the Badrinath highway. This has caused further vehicular disruptions, as one can imagine, and a red alert has been issued for parts of Uttarakhand as heavy rainfall has been predicted for the state. Several parts are also under an orange alert. Let's go across to Kishore Rawat now for more. And Kishore, what is the latest? Also, given that there was a red alert, ये red alert issue किया गया था, तो ये pilgrims को allow क्यों किया गया इन routes पे और landslides report की जा रही हैं?
बिल्कुल, उत्तराखंड में आज और कल यानी 2 दिन के लिए 3 जिलों में खासकर चंपावत, बागेश्वर और उधम सिंह नगर के लिए भारी से बहुत भारी बारिश का रेड अलर्ट जारी किया था। इसके अलावा जो और 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है उनके लिए भी ऑरेंज अलर्ट जारी किया था कि इस दौरान काफ़ी बारिश हो सकती है और ऐसे में लैंडस्लाइड, पत्थरों का गिरना और रोड ब्लॉक और इसके अलावा नदियों का जलस्तर बढ़ सकता है। मौसम विभाग ने और आपदा प्रबंधन विभाग ने एडवाइजरी जारी की थी कि ऐसे में जो यात्री है, खासकर 4 धाम यात्री और जो रेगुलर ट्रैवल करते हैं उत्तराखंड के ज़िलों में, तो उनको यात्राएं तब की जाए जबकि बारिश ना हो, तब उसके बाद वो यात्रा कर सकते हैं। लेकिन केदारनाथ में जिस तरीके से हादसा हुआ इसमें 3 लोगों की डेथ हुई है, जिसमें 2 महाराष्ट्र के और एक रुद्रप्रयाग का ही यात्री है। इसके अलावा 8 लोग घायल हुए हैं। गौरीकुंड से चीड़वासा जो पैदल रास्ता है केदारनाथ धाम का, वहाँ पर ये लैंडस्लाइड हुआ और ऊपर से काफ़ी ज़्यादा पत्थर गिरे जिसकी वजह से इन यात्रियों की डेथ हुई है। इसके अलावा इनको अभी जो घायल है उनको हॉस्पिटल पहुँचाया गया है। यही सवाल है कि आखिर जब बारिश का अलर्ट था और ऊपर लैंडस्लाइड या फिर फिर पत्थरों के गिरने की घटनाएं की संभावनाएं जताई थी, तो ऐसे में यात्रियों को क्यों जाने दिया गया और सुरक्षा के उपाय क्यों नहीं किए गए। दूसरा बद्रीनाथ नेशनल हाईवे भी कई जगह पर बंद है। इसके अलावा गंगोत्री नेशनल हाईवे में जो बिशनपुर है, जो उस जगह पर भी काफ़ी बड़ा लैंडस्लाइड है। बीआरओ की टीम हालांकि खोल रही है, लेकिन वहाँ पर भी बड़ी तादाद में यात्री फंसे हैं। तो लगभग उत्तराखंड के पहाड़ी इलाकों की बात करें तो वहाँ पर बारिश और लैंडस्लाइड जैसी घटनाएं सामने आ रही है। इसके अलावा उधम सिंह नगर में भी, काशीपुर में काफ़ी बारिश हुई है। उधम सिंह नगर में भी रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है, तो वहाँ पर जल भराव काफ़ी ज़्यादा स्थिति में हो गया है। और हालांकि अभी फिलहाल वहाँ पर एसडीआरएफ तैनात है। एनडीआरएफ विद मौके की नज़ाकत को देख रही है कि ज़्यादा बारिश होती तो लोगों को सुरक्षित निकाला जाए। लेकिन ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो उत्तराखंड में 24 जुलाई यानी 23-24 जुलाई तक इस तरह के हालात रहने की आशंकाएं हैं, संभावनाएं हैं। और लगातार बारिश अभी फिलहाल ऊपरी इलाकों में कई जगहों पर हो रही है। फिलहाल अभी अगर देखा जाए तो गंगोत्री और बद्रीनाथ नेशनल हाईवे कई जगह पर लैंडस्लाइड के कारण बंद है। जी,
ऑल राइट। और जस्ट ब्रीफली किशोर, अब एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन क्या यात्राओं पे रोक लगा रही है? लोगों को बोला, लोकल अथॉरिटीज को बोला गया है कि लोग ना जाएं ये जो पिलग्रिमेज पे।
फिलहाल जो मौसम विभाग और आपदा प्रबंधन जो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट है, उन्होंने एक एडवाइजरी जारी की थी कि यात्री तभी यात्रा करें अगर जब बारिश ना हो। ऐसे में अगर बारिश ज़्यादा होती है तो उस समय पहाड़ों पे लैंडस्लाइड होता है। अक्सर जो पहाड़ नीचे से लोग आए थे, उनको पहाड़ों की स्थितियों का नहीं पता होता, वो अक्सर पहाड़ों के किनारे शरण ले लेते हैं बारिश के टाइम पे, और ऐसे में लैंडस्लाइड होता है और हादसा हो जाता है। फिलहाल यात्रा चल रही है, यात्रा पे कोई रोक नहीं है, क्योंकि रेड अलर्ट अगर देखा जाए तो चंपावत, बागेश्वर, उधम सिंह नगर में है। लेकिन अगले 2 दिन यानी मंडे से अगर लगाया जाए तो मंडे से वेडनेसडे तक का जो बारिश का अलर्ट है वो ज़्यादा है। इसलिए में ऐसे में हो सकता है सरकार कुछ या फिर प्रशासन कुछ फैसला ले सकता है। जी,
All right, Kishore, they're reporting on the situation in Uttarakhand. Sadly, 3 people have died on the Kedar Nath pilgrimage route. You can see those gory visuals as well, and red alert has been issued for several parts of the hill state. News now from Pune, where an elderly man and his wife were arrested for allegedly assaulting a woman who was travelling on a scooter with 2 children yesterday. A shocking incident of road rage. Swapnil Kekre, who was allegedly angry because he wasn't given space to overtake, pulled the woman's hair and punched her twice. And a case has been registered against him. And the lady, as you can see yesterday, she is a content creator. She was quite aghast and by the incident and even hospitalized. Briefly, let's listen in.
Hi everyone, my name is Jolene Silva. I was on the street of Barir Pasha Link Road. I was with 2 kids. There was an old man who was speeding to us for 2 kilometers, and I was somehow taking the vehicle from the left hand side, not wanting to come into his way. This guy overspeeds, risks life of so many people and takes a left turn, takes me on the side. He gets out of the car very furiously. He gives me like 2 punches. He pulls me completely, like he pulls my hair. I had 2 kids. He didn't care about the kids. And this is how it is at the moment. And yeah, I just want to say, how safe is the city? Where is this going? Why are people behaving like maniacs? I had 2 kids on me. कुछ भी हो सकता था. और I don't know where all of this is going. I just want that this man should get, the cops should just punish him for what he did. There was a lady who helped me. There were people who were seeing. He punched me right in my face and I started bleeding immediately. So, yeah, I don't know what to say.
In other news, Vulcan Green Steel has said that it has sent its executive accused of harassment by a woman passenger on an international flight on administrative leave amid the investigation. VGS, an entity backed by the Jindal Group of companies, said in a statement that they're deeply concerned about the recent allegations involving their senior executive. The company said they recognize the gravity of the situation and are committed to addressing it with utmost seriousness, care, integrity and urgency. The woman passenger, who was travelling business class with the executive, claimed he showed her pornography and even groped her.
I was traveling from Kolkata to Boston via Abu Dhabi, and on the flight from Kolkata to Abu Dhabi, I was seated next to a middle-aged man who claimed to be from Jindal Steel CEO very normal conversation. As you know, when you're traveling, that you sometimes meet a lot of different kind of people, some who are extremely chatty. And this gentleman was having a normal conversation about where he's from and, where I'm from, what we do. And he asked me whether I also enjoy watching movies, to which I replied, obviously, right? I mean, I do enjoy watching movies. It turns out that he started showing me porn videos. And then he slowly started nuzzling my neck and coming towards me and moving his hands around my body.
That's what the company where this gentleman works. He is the CEO of Vulcan Green Steels, which is with the part of the Jindal Steel Group. And the company has come on record to say that he has been sent on administrative leave, and an independent probe has been started by the company. But the parents of this victim have also gone to the airport police station in Kolkata, and they have lodged a complaint, to which now what we're picking up from Bidhan Nagar City Police, under whose jurisdiction the Kolkata airport comes under. They have now lodged an FIR, and the police have also started an investigation. So it is under the ambit of police investigation. That's what is being reported as well from Kolkata. And now one has to see what this police investigation leads to, given the fact that it is a very sensitive case of a mid-air sexual assault against women. And there are different sections which have been put in the FIR. And if this person is found guilty, he might be jailed for at least 5 years.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, the violent protests in Bangladesh. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं. बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today.
Welcome back. There have been 16 deaths and 50 cases of the Chandipura virus reported in Gujarat as central teams have been rushed to the state. Gujarat Health Minister Hrishikesh Patel confirmed the deaths, adding that information regarding this had been shared in every village and community health center. This virus is primarily known for causing acute encephalitis, severe brain inflammation, especially in children. Chandipura virus gets transmitted by vectors like mosquitoes, ticks and sandflies.
गुजरात के अंदर छोटे छोटे बच्चों में बहुत सारे चांदीपुरम के जो लक्षण होते हैं ऐसा पाया गया. उसकी वजह से थोड़ा सा डर फैला था, लेकिन उसको पूना के लैब के अंदर भेजने से टोटल 7 केस भेजे गए थे. उसमें से 2 कंफर्म आए, 1 कंफर्म आया है और 6 नेगेटिव आए हैं. जरूरी सूचनाएं पूरे राज्य के अंदर दे दी गई. गुजरात में टोटल 47 केस है और 3 दूसरे राज्यों से आए हुए हैं. उनमें से टोटल 50 केस है. उनमें से डेथ कंफर्म 16 है.
News from Bangladesh now, and the top court in the country will be today delivering its decision on the future of civil service hiring rules that sparked the nationwide clashes between police and university students, killing over 150 people now. That's the job quotas, and as the quota protests continue to wreak havoc, the Indian Ministry of External Affairs has notified that nearly 1,000 Indian students have been evacuated from the riot-stricken country. Well, let's go across to Vishal now for more. And Vishal, so today the Supreme Court in Bangladesh will deliver its verdict on this very, very controversial jobs quota issue. Right, Vishal, if you can hear me, the Supreme Court to give this key verdict today.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The Bangladesh Supreme Court will give its key verdict today on the jobs quota issue.
That is right, Gagi. So the latest is that the death toll has gone up to about 150. This is according to Netra News, which is a Sweden-based media organization which covers Bangladesh politics. The organization was banned, but it has been covering. That's probably the only media organization that's been covering whatever is going on the ground properly. So they are saying that about 150 people have been killed in the last few days. So the numbers are rising rapidly. Until about yesterday it was about 100 people that had been killed. As we've been reporting that the quota protests are only escalating every day. Shoot-on-sight orders were given yesterday. And the country is probably waiting for the big Supreme Court judgment, as you mentioned earlier.
All right. Thanks so much, Vishal, for joining us with those details. So the number of dead has now gone up to 150. And what it says is a retaliation for a Houthi drone attack on Tel Aviv that left one Israeli dead and a few injured. Israel launched a strike on the Yemeni port of Hodeidah. At least 3 people have been killed, 87 left injured by the Israeli strike on the Houthi-controlled port. Israel also struck what it claims was a Hezbollah arms depot in southern Lebanon, injuring many civilians. The Houthis condemned the attack while Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed to act against those who attacked them.
From the beginning of the war, I made it clear that Israel will act against all those who attack us. This is why earlier today, I asked the Israeli cabinet to back my decision to strike against the Houthi targets in Yemen. The port that was targeted is not an innocent port. It's used as the entry point for weapons that are supplied by Iran to its Houthi terrorist proxies. The Houthis have used those weapons to attack Israel, to attack Arab states in the region, to attack many others. This strike comes in direct response to the killer drone attack yesterday that killed one person and injured several others 100 yards from the U.S. consulate in Tel Aviv.
This is something which many of us, observing the region closely and the war in West Asia felt was inevitable. Remember, the Houthis have been targeting shipping in that region and in very important waterways. In fact, that's something which, south of the Suez, that is something which the Israeli Prime Minister alluded to, number one. Number two, he also spoke about how hundreds of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles had been launched from Yemen in the direction of Israel, and these had been intercepted by Israel's system. But the immediate reason for this retaliation by Israel was because of the death of one Israeli national as a result of a drone strike on Tel Aviv. That's what Prime Minister Netanyahu referred to. Al-Hodeidah port in Yemen has been targeted in a massive way. In fact, parts of the oil storage facilities over there, if not all of the oil storage facilities, have been entirely destroyed. This was a strike carried out by approximately 8 Israeli aircraft. There was perhaps some support from Israel's allies. That said, it is a major escalation, but one that some would suggest was inevitable given what we've seen with Houthi attacks in that region.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it.
Hello friends and welcome back to another fresh episode of Tech with TG. This is that show जहाँ पे हम बात करते हैं about technology around us. Currently जो हम use कर रहे हैं हो सकता है technology of the future. Basically everything tech all your way in Tech with TG. And this episode is very special. It's very difficult for a parent to pick their favorite child, but still मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि ये episode बहुत special है. उसका एक reason है. We are talking about smart stuff. अब देखो स्मार्टफोन्स हम सभी के पास में हैं, स्मार्ट वॉचेस बहुत कॉमन हो गई हैं, वी गॉट स्मार्ट रिंग्स नाउ, स्मार्ट ईयरफोन्स, बेसिकली स्मार्ट एवरीथिंग. बट वन मोर थिंग दैट यू हैव हर्ड अ लॉट, आई थिंक वो होगा स्मार्ट सिटीज के बारे में. तो आज का जो एपिसोड है, आई एम नॉट गोना टॉक अबाउट व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज अ स्मार्ट सिटी. हम थोड़ा बहुत उसके बारे में बात करेंगे, बट बेसिकली वी आर जस्ट इमेजिनिंग व्हाट अ स्मार्ट सिटी कुड बी. यहाँ पे द टीम बिहाइंड द शो, वी हैव बेसिकली, हमने ना सारी अपनी लगाम खोल के अपनी इमेजिनेशंस को एक नई उड़ान दे दी है. तो आई वुड से कुर्सी की बेटी बांध लीजिए, बिकॉज दिस एपिसोड इज ऑल अबाउट द स्मार्ट सिटीज और द इमेजिनरी स्मार्ट सिटीज ऑफ फ्यूचर, कि आखिर ये क्या हो सकती हैं और हमें कैसा एक्सपीरियंस दिलवा सकती है. गाइस, वेरी फन एपिसोड. Stay tuned to know more about the smart cities of future. Hello guys, my name is Gaurav aka Technical Guruji. You are watching Tech with TG. तो जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं. Now friends, before we move ahead in this episode, मेरी एक छोटी सी रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे. And the request is to just go online and search for smart city. Basically, definition of a smart city. And I'm sure you would get lots of complex information. आपको बहुत सारी चीजें सुनने को मिलेंगी, पढ़ने को मिलेंगी, and I would recommend just forget about all of that. उसको delete कर दो. Because basic idea of a smart city is to uplift the life and the lifestyle of the people living in that city. एक बेसिक हमने बेंचमार्क मान लिया है. इफ वी आर एबल टू हैव कंफर्टेबल लाइफस्टाइल अबव अ सर्टेन लेवल, वी कैन से इट्स अ स्मार्ट सिटी. बट उससे पहले मतलब बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, एंड हम तो बहुत ज्यादा अलग लेवल पे आज इस लेके जाने वाले हैं. So let's just know in detail that what makes a city a smart city in 2024.
ये टर्म जितना सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी है, उतना ही उस सिटी को इंक्लूसिव भी होना पड़ेगा टू बी कॉल्ड दैट. दिस मीन्स अ सिटी दैट इज स्मार्ट फॉर एवरीवन. द रेजिडेंट्स आर नॉट रिक्वायर्ड टू शोकेस हाई लेवल्स ऑफ स्मार्टनेस. इसको आप अपने फोन के ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम की तरह देखें. उनको आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स बेयर बोन सिंपल इसलिए बनाया जाता है ताकि हर तरह का यूजर उससे एक मिनिमम लेवल ऑफ यूटिलिटी निकाल सके. सो एट इट्स स्केलेटल स्ट्रक्चर लेवल, थिंक ऑफ अ स्मार्ट सिटी एज अ सिटी जहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लेवल पे ही टेक्नोलॉजी इन्फ्यूज्ड है. इट्स लाइक अ स्मार्ट सिटी इज मेड ऑफ ब्रिक्स एंड सर्किट्स, एंड दिस जस्ट डजंट मीन द बिल्डिंग्स. इट मीन्स द एंटायर सिटी विद इट्स रोड्स, इट्स ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, इट्स हेल्थ केयर एंड अदर पब्लिक सर्विसेज. दे ऑल एक्ट एज वन ऑर्गेनिज्म. स्मार्ट सिटीज काफी प्रोग्रेसिव प्लानिंग पे काम करती हैं, where designers and developers meticulously plan every inch of available space, keeping in mind the community's needs and ever-changing environmental impact of humanity's expansion. They do this by relentless data acquisition and processing. स्मार्ट सिटीज में तरह तरह के सेंसर्स एंड डेटा पॉइंट्स जैसे कि कैमरास यूज किए जाते हैं टू स्टडी पैटर्न्स ऑफ यूसेज, and this in turn is used to enhance the lives of citizens. For example, a smart city will automatically read out how its managed transportation will flow in case of a sudden traffic jam caused by flash floods. Same goes for healthcare. Smart cities can scale up patient services in case of disease outbreaks. एंड इट इज दिस एडेप्टेबिलिटी जो स्मार्ट सिटीज की अनसंग हीरोज बनेंगी। स्मार्ट सिटीज का एम सिर्फ आज के सिटीजन्स के लाइव्स को इजी बनाना नहीं होता। स्मार्ट सिटीज का एम आने वाली जनरेशन के लिए भी एक सस्टेनेबल, एनवायरमेंटली वायबल एंड एवर इवॉल्विंग होम बनाना होता है।
अब देखो ये सब तो हो गया है द बुक डेफिनेशन, मतलब ऑल गुड ऑल फाइन, बट अभी अगले 15 मिनट्स में हम थोड़ा सा और इन डेप्थ बात करने वाले हैं अबाउट स्मार्ट सिटीज, जहां पे हमने हमारा इमेजिनेशन बहुत अच्छे से ऐड किया है। सो इट्स गोइंग टू बी फन। लेट्स सी आवर ड्रीम स्मार्ट सिटी, वो कैसा हो सकता है।
For our smart cities of the future, सिर्फ प्लानिंग ही नहीं, imaginative and creative planning की जरूरत पड़ेगी। Across sectors like infrastructure, housing, utilities, energy management, healthcare, education, public safety, emergency services, transportation, waste management, and more. Imagine elevated walkways का एक network which are covered. End to end इनके ऊपर लगे हैं solar panels जो इन मोटराइज्ड वॉकवेज को पावर भी कर रहे हैं एंड एक्सेस पावर को वापस सिटी यूजेज के लिए बैक टू द ग्रिड दे रहे हैं। ऑन द साइड्स दे हैव पोरस ग्रीन वॉल्स विद प्लांट्स। ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स ऑलरेडी यूज सच सिस्टम्स टू लोअर डिपेंडेंसीज ऑन एयर कंडीशनिंग बिकॉज प्लांट्स रिलीज ऑक्सीजन एंड द वाटरिंग सिस्टम कीप्स द सिस्टम कूल थ्रू evaporation. So you get covered, motorized walkways that people will not mind using even in summers. If walkways for people can be elevated, why not do the same for cargo, but underground? अब imagine कीजिए एक labyrinth of underground tunnel systems जो conveyor belt system पे based है, but only carries cargo. Being underground इसको भी cooling की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. Being underground, motorized and monitored, इसमें से human error काफी कम हो जाएगा. Plus imagine the relief the public road network will get up on the ground. For housing, imagine कीजिए modular homes जिसमें every appliance is connected to each other. So the washing machine knows that the utility cabinet is running low on detergent, and then it buzzes the store nearby to send you reminders and the options available. Since the house is green, built with energy efficiency in mind, it only needs a smart framework at the architectural level, ताकि ये expand कर जाएं या contract हो जाएं according to the needs of the family living. Imagine a studio apartment that expands into a 3 BHK when parents drop by. For utilities like water and electricity, smart cities एक drop भी waste नहीं होने देंगी. किचन का रनिंग वाटर वन स्टेप फिल्ट्रेशन के बाद प्लांट्स एंड गार्डन्स में चला जाएगा. Clothes will be made of materials that will not take stains, which means they'll get clean just by a water rinse, and उन्हें डिटर्जेंट की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. यानी वो पानी सिस्टम में री-इंट्रोड्यूस किया जा सकता है for washing cars, streets, floorings, and more. While expanding energy needs smartness, what if we do something smart to generate electricity as well? If we put piezoelectric materials and circuitry in our floors and roads, imagine कीजिए कि every time we move on these or drive on these, an electric charge would be produced, जिसको store and use किया जा सकता है. Piezoelectric effect is the ability of certain materials to generate an electric charge in response to applied mechanical stress. And just like we're used to seeing fancy water tanks on top of our houses, imagine if every house has a windmill and solar facades on the roof. Why not take this further? Imagine lightweight walls or facades with kinetic mechanisms जो हवा से sway करती है and yes, उससे भी we harvest energy. These houses, इनको डिजाइन ही ऐसे किया जाए कि minimal wastage and maximum recovery हो. घरों में dedicated chutes होंगे for garbage, no need for vehicles and humans collecting them. Automated systems will filter them, recyclable material automatically recycle हो जाएगा, and hopefully by then we will become completely independent from unrecyclable materials like plastic. Food waste will automatically be segregated into animal food and remains would be sent to vermicompost, यानी come back into the system as an organic fertilizer. Streets के waste को automated robots collect करके इसी centralized system में ingest कर देंगे. These robots and drones will actually be part of the public safety and emergency services network. Public safety cameras powered by AI would be running frame-by-frame analysis of what's happening on the roads and streets and will quickly deploy safety, police and medical systems in case of accidents and misfortune. Imagine ये system इतना smart होगा कि minor incidents में सिर्फ first aid kit and major incidents में number of ambulances deploy कर देगा based on the scale of the emergency. Smart cities would be an overall boon to healthcare. Telemedicine would be the norm, alleviating a lot of the stress जो currently hospitals and doctors को physically झेलना पड़ता है. And imagine the whole population wearing ultra smart health sensors जो continuously monitor करते हैं सबके vitals. And centralized AI algorithms जो irregularities को monitor करते रहती हैं. And falls या heart attack जैसे scenarios में खुद ambulances को deploy कर देती हैं. Without needing any human intervention. Now that's smart.
फ्रेंड्स, आई एम श्योर आपको क्या लग रहा है, मतलब सुबह उठने से लेकर रात को सोने तक सब कुछ स्मार्ट हो गया, अब क्या? नाउ ब्रेक के बाद जब मैं आऊंगा, वी विल टॉक अबाउट 3 इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर्स जो इतना जल्दी दिमाग में आते नहीं है बट आर वेरी क्रूशियल फॉर अ स्मार्ट सिटी. अब देखो, हम तो इमेजिन कर रहे हैं, तो व्हाई डोंट यू आल्सो स्टार्ट इमेजिनिंग अबाउट अ स्मार्ट सिटी ऑफ योर ओन, कि अगर आप अपना एक स्मार्ट सिटी डिजाइन करेंगे तो उसमें क्या क्या नई चीजें ऐड कर सकते हैं. इफ यू हैव एनी क्रेजी आइडियाज, लेट अस नो बाय जस्ट राइटिंग एट tg@ndtv.com. मैं आपसे मिलता हूं ब्रेक के बाद, discussing in detail about these important factors in a smart city. See you soon after a short break.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर. लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है.
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं.
पैसाबाजार.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे हैं, जितने बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and our
Hello friends, welcome back after the break, and today's episode of Tech with TG is all about smart cities, जहां पे मैं आपका होस्ट गौरव आपसे बात कर रहा हूं about the smart cities of our imaginations. मतलब किताबी definition से अलग हटके if we were to talk about the smart cities of future, उनमें क्या-क्या चीजें होने वाली हैं. And because we are all imagining completely wild stuff, I would want you to imagine about your smart city. अगर आप एक smart city डिजाइन करें तो वो कैसा होगा, and let me know all across in comments and going online that how exactly you would want your smart city to be. But basically break से पहले we spoke about 10 fundamental things of these smart cities, 10 डिस्टिंक्ट फीचर्स जो इन स्मार्ट सिटीज में होने चाहिए, बट नाउ इट्स टाइम टू टॉक अबाउट द 3 इंपॉर्टेंट वंस। और मैं बोलूंगा ये जो 3 ऐसे एस्पेक्ट्स हैं ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाते हैं एंड काइंड ऑफ एक्ट लाइक अ फंडामेंटल बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक ऑफ अ स्मार्ट सिटी। लेट्स नो मोर कि ये 3 ऐसी कौन सी चीजें हैं जो हर स्मार्ट सिटी में होनी ही चाहिए।
Urban planning will need to be forward thinking to help make smart cities of the future. आज की नहीं, आज से 100 साल से भी आगे की प्लानिंग करनी पड़ेगी। मिक्स्ड यूज जोनिंग, जहां स्पेसेस का ऑप्टिमल यूजेज किया जाएगा and all possible open spaces are used to generate clean and renewable energy. Residential, industrial and even recreational spaces में एक interlinked harmony बनानी पड़ेगी। इनको आपस में easy accessibility देनी पड़ेगी, which is how the transport network will see less stress. Migrations कम देखने को मिलेंगे, concentrated and dense नहीं होंगे। Planning को organically man-animal conflicts, environmental integrations को सोच के रखना पड़ेगा। Construction materials used should of course be ready for longevity against acts of God and man's neglect and abuse. Effective governance ही इस सपने को सच कर पाएगी। Smart cities will use the most modernized tools of communications to get every single citizen involved in all major decisions. Policies data driven होंगी और ऐसे platforms पे discuss होंगी जहां transparency एक key factor होगा। ये transparency अपने साथ accountability भी लाएगी। And because of the involvement of everyone in the planning stage, awareness का spread काफी even and easy होगा। This will soon start reflecting in better management of disasters, pandemics and other natural calamities. This effectively transitions into the last key factor that smart cities will need to become truly smart, और वो है digital inclusion. एक smart city के लिए digital inclusion एक luxury नहीं, necessity and residents का एक right होगा। It would include fast internet access for all, डिजिटल लिटरेसी प्रोग्राम्स जो ना केवल यंग स्टूडेंट्स को लेटेस्ट एडटेक इनोवेशंस के साथ पढ़ाएगा बल्कि ऑल न्यू डेवलपमेंट्स को स्मार्टली डिस्पर्स करेगा टू ऑल एग्जिस्टिंग रेजिडेंट्स। दुनिया के सारे इनपुट एंड आउटपुट डिवाइसेस का की यूजर एस्पेक्ट होगा एक्सेसिबिलिटी। डिजिटल इंटरफेसेस वुड वर्क द सेम फॉर दोज विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड, फॉर द डेफ एंड फॉर द म्यूट। इट इज देन दैट आवर सिटीज वुड बिकम ट्रूली स्मार्ट।
So friends, that's all from our side. I mean, time is limited, otherwise हम तो और ज़्यादा कुछ imagine कर लेते। But basically it's time for you to run your imagination। और ये जो episode का digital upload होगा, I would want all of you to comment कि आपके पास में ऐसे क्या ideas हैं। Maybe some small ones, maybe some big ones, maybe some crazy ones कि फ्यूचर की जो सिटीज हैं वो कैसी होने वाली हैं। एंड आई एम श्योर यू आर ऑल लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू लिविंग इन वन ऑफ दीज सिटीज जहां पे वी आर सुपर कनेक्टेड, लाइफ इज फन, लाइफ इज ऑल गुड, एट द सेम टाइम सेफ्टी भी है। आई मीन दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो गाइज ये था अभी आज का एपिसोड ऑल अबाउट स्मार्ट सिटीज। I'm not sure, maybe next 10 years, maybe 15 years, maybe 20 years, maybe 5 years, one day we'll arrive at a destination जहाँ पे हमारा शहर कुछ ऐसा होगा जैसा हमने आज imagine किया है। What's your take? Do let me know by writing all your emails at tg@ndtv.com। अगला एपिसोड किसी और इंटरेस्टिंग टेक के बारे में, किसी और इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक के बारे में आपसे दोबारा मिलता हूँ नेक्स्ट वीक। अभी इस एपिसोड में इतना ही। हैव अ गुड डे।
Welcome back. There have been 16 deaths and 50 cases of the Chandipura virus reported in Gujarat as central teams have been rushed to the state. Gujarat Health Minister Hrishikesh Patel confirmed the deaths, adding that information regarding this had been shared in every village and community health center. This virus is primarily known for causing acute encephalitis, severe brain inflammation, especially in children. Chandipura virus gets transmitted by vectors like mosquitoes, ticks and sandflies.
गुजरात के अंदर छोटे छोटे बच्चों में बहुत सारे चांदीपुरम के जो लक्षण होते हैं ऐसा पाया गया। उसकी वजह से थोड़ा सा डर फैला था, लेकिन उसको पूना के लैब के अंदर भेजने से टोटल 7 केस भेजे गए थे, उसमें से 2 कंफर्म आए, 1 कंफर्म आया है और 6 नेगेटिव आए हैं। जरूरी सूचनाएं पूरे राज्य के अंदर दे दी गई। गुजरात में टोटल 47 केस है और 3 दूसरे राज्यों से आए हुए हैं। उनमें से टोटल 50 केस है, उनमें से डेथ कंफर्म 16 है।
News from Bangladesh now, and the top court in the country will be today delivering its decision on the future of civil service hiring rules that sparked the nationwide clashes between police and university students, killing over 150 people now. That's the job quotas, and as the quota protests continue to wreak havoc, the Indian Ministry of External Affairs has notified that nearly 1,000 Indian students have been evacuated from the riot-stricken country. Well, let's go across to Vishal now for more. And Vishal, so today the Supreme Court in Bangladesh will deliver its verdict on this very, very controversial jobs quota issue. Right, Vishal, if you can hear me, the Supreme Court to give this key verdict today.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The Bangladesh Supreme Court will give its key verdict today on the jobs quota issue.
That is right, Gagi. So the latest is that the death toll has gone up to about 150. This is according to Netra News, which is a Sweden-based media organization which covers Bangladesh politics. The organization was banned, but it has been covering. That's probably the only media organization that's been covering whatever is going on the ground properly. So they are saying that about 150 people have been killed in the last few days. So the numbers are rising rapidly. Until about yesterday it was about 100 people that had been killed. As we've been reporting that the quota protests are only escalating every day. Shoot-on-sight orders were given yesterday. And the country is probably waiting for the big Supreme Court judgment, as you mentioned earlier.
All right. Thanks so much, Vishal, for joining us with those details. So the number of dead has now gone up to 150. In what it says is a retaliation for a Houthi drone attack on Tel Aviv that left 1 Israeli dead and a few injured. Israel launched a strike on the Yemeni port of Hodeidah. At least 3 people have been killed, 87 left injured by the Israeli strike on the Houthi-controlled port. Israel also struck what it claims was a Hezbollah arms depot in southern Lebanon, injuring many civilians. The Houthis condemned the attack, while Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed to act against those who attacked them.
From the beginning of the war, I made it clear that Israel will act against all those who attack us. This is why earlier today, I asked the Israeli cabinet to back my decision to strike against the Houthi targets in Yemen. The port that was targeted is not an innocent port. It's used as the entry point for weapons that are supplied by Iran to its Houthi terrorist proxies. The Houthis have used those weapons to attack Israel, to attack Arab states in the region, to attack many others. This strike comes in direct response to the killer drone attack yesterday that killed 1 person and injured several others 100 yards from the U.S. consulate in Tel Aviv.
This is something which many of us, observing the region closely and the war in West Asia felt was inevitable. Remember, the Houthis have been targeting shipping in that region and in very important waterways. In fact, that's something which south of the Suez, that is something which the Israeli Prime Minister alluded to, number one. Number two, he also spoke about how hundreds of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles had been launched from Yemen in the direction of Israel, and these have been intercepted by Israel's system. But the immediate reason for this retaliation by Israel was because of the death of 1 Israeli national as a result of a drone strike on Tel Aviv. That's what Prime Minister Netanyahu referred to. Al-Hodeidah port in Yemen has been targeted in a massive way. In fact, parts of the oil storage facilities over there, if not all of the oil storage facilities, have been entirely destroyed. And this was a strike carried out by approximately 8 Israeli aircraft. There was perhaps some support from Israel's allies. That said, it is a major escalation, but one that some would suggest was inevitable given what we've seen with Houthi attacks in that region.
Finally, some sports news. And India clinched a bronze medal at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021 under Manpreet Singh to break a nearly 4-decade-long jinx. The expectations will be huge from Harmanpreet and company to achieve success in Paris and go a couple of steps further to turn the color of the medal to gold.
जब हम लोग अपनी अच्छी गेम खेलते हैं तो हम लोग किसी भी टीम को बीट कर सकते हैं.
The color of the medal matters a lot.
हम पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कि इस बार जो कलर है हम चेंज करें.
We go to the tournament to win, no doubt about it.
नाम के आगे ओलंपियन नहीं लिखाने जाना है, मेडल लेने जाना है. जब बच्चा एक टीम में आता है तो उसका यही ड्रीम रहता है ओलंपिक्स में मेडल जीतना है. जब हम लोगों ने मेडल जीता था ना ओलंपिक्स में तो हम लोग ना पोडियम पे खड़े हुए थे तो फ्लैग हमारा राइट साइड पे था. तो उस वक्त यार हुआ कि नहीं कि इससे और ज़्यादा मेहनत करेंगे कि नेक्स्ट टाइम जो हमारा ये फ्लैग है ना वो सेंटर में होना चाहिए और हमारा जो नेशनल एंथम बजना चाहिए. सभी प्लेयर ने ये बोला था कि अभी रुकना नहीं है, अभी यहाँ से हमारी जर्नी स्टार्ट होती है.
टूर्नामेंट में जाके आप चैंपियनशिप नहीं जीतते हो, बिहाइंड द सीन आपकी जो ट्रेनिंग होती है वहाँ से आप चैंपियन टीम में तैयार करते हो.
Someone somewhere is training to beat you. So that things gives you energy, that things push you out from whatever comfort zone you are in. Whenever you train here on this field, I always feel like I don't want to give any chance to let the entire 1.4 billion people down.
हम लोगों ने एक चीज़ अच्छी की, हम लोगों ने टीम बॉन्डिंग को और ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग किया. हम लोगों ने एक दूसरे की बैक स्टोरी ना जानी कि हम लोगों ने वो कैसे स्ट्रगल करके यहाँ पे पहुँचे हैं. तो क्या है उससे ज़्यादा हमारे इमोशंस और ज़्यादा जुड़ते रहे एक दूसरे के साथ कि हम लोग को यार एक दूसरे के लिए खेलना है यार.
There was a time when Indian hockey was dependable on individual players, and then the era changed. We started to getting more into a team. That changes helped us to win in international level.
जब ग्राउंड में आते तो यही रहता है कि डी की जो वाइड लाइन क्रॉस कर ली तो उसमें यही है कि कुछ ना कुछ हम हासिल करके आए.
Start strong, finish stronger. It's a mentality.
There isn't a team that this Indian team hasn't beaten. The question you could also be asking, what do the other teams have to do to beat India? The whole philosophy in my mind is defend to counter to win, having a team that can defend against the best teams in the world, but then counter-attack from anywhere, and that's in the DNA of this Indian team.
When you are there in the Olympics, you need to deal with two things. Once with your performance, second with the pressure.
हम लोग 90% बॉडी का रन कर सकते हैं, बट ये माइंड अगर हमारा सेट नहीं है ना, हमारा कंट्रोल में नहीं है, तो हम लोग वहीं कहीं ना कहीं क्रूशियल मैचेस में आके वहाँ पे लूज कर सकते हैं.
फॉर मी ओलंपिक इज़ एवरीथिंग, और ओलंपिक में गोल्ड मेडल लेकर आना एक अल्टीमेट गोल है मेरा, और इसके ऊपर कोई चीज़ नहीं है.
हम पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कि इस बार जो कलर है हम चेंज करें और जो मेडल जीते हम इंडिया को डेडिकेट करें, जो हमारे सीनियर्स हैं उनको डेडिकेट करें. हमारी जो हिस्ट्री है, लेगेसी है, उसको एक और स्टेप ऊपर लेके जाएं.
For me, it's all about working hard till Paris to play every matches. It's like your last match, and just give 100% for your team.
हमें और ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी और ज़्यादा एक दूसरे की अंडरस्टैंडिंग और ज़्यादा बेहतर करनी पड़ेगी, और जब ओलंपिक्स में जाएं एक ही माइंड में होना चाहिए कि हमें मेडल जीतना है.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju holds an all-party meeting in Parliament just ahead of the parliamentary budget session. Now, Trinamool Congress skips all-party meeting while BJD is set to demand a special status for Odisha during the meeting. Three people have died and 2 injured after stones and debris fell on the Kedar Nath Yatra trekking route. The Badrinath highway is blocked again as red alert has been issued for parts of Uttarakhand. Vulcan Green Steel, a Jindal promoted company, said that it has sent its executive accused of harassment by a woman passenger during an international flight on administrative leave amid the investigation. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will address a massive rally today in Kolkata, an annual event commemorated as Shahid Divas. She will be joined on stage by Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav. Death toll in Bangladesh riots cross 150 mark. Bangladesh's top court is due to rule on the future of civil service hiring rules that sparked nationwide clashes between police and university students. India says 1,000 students evacuated, monitoring the rest. Former US President Donald Trump said that Chinese President Xi Jinping sent him a note that after he sustained a gunshot wound to his ear during an assassination attempt last week. Now, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju is chairing an all-party meeting ahead of the budget session. The budget session will begin on Monday with Modi 3.0 presenting its first budget on July 23 in the 3-week-long budget session. Lok Sabha Speaker has constituted a 14-member Business Advisory Committee. In the meeting, government's agenda is Union Budget on 23rd, which will be presented, and budget for Jammu and Kashmir, while the opposition wants to discuss NEET exam fiasco, Manipur unrest, rising unemployment and rural distress in the country. Election of Deputy Speaker is also on opposition's agenda. My colleague Aishwarya is joining me for more details and will be giving us more details about the meeting that is underway in Parliament over the budget. Now, tomorrow is the beginning of the budget session. You can see all top leaders from the BJP and the NDA have arrived for the meeting. The meeting is underway with the Trinamool Congress is skipping the meeting. Others are attending it. For more details, we have some reactions coming in. Take a look.
न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य पर अभी तक कोई निर्णय नहीं आया है। किसान परेशान है, खेतिहर मजदूर परेशान है। इसी तरह अगर आप देखें तो बहुत से ऐसे मुद्दे हैं जो जन समस्याओं से जुड़े हुए हैं। ये सरकार जानबूझकर जन सरोकार की अवहेलना कर रही है। मणिपुर में अभी कोई निदान ये नहीं ढूंढ पाए हैं। देश के अन्य हिस्सों में हिंसा बढ़ रही है।
जो हमारे निर्वाचित लोग हैं उन पर फर्जी मुकदमे चलाए जा रहे हैं, ये सारे मुद्दे होंगे जिसको हम उठाएंगे।
Now, my colleague Aishwarya Jain, who has been tracking the developments in the meeting, is joining me right now. Aishwarya, what more details can you give us? TMC has skipped. All other parties are there from the opposition or not?
Well, TMC had skipped this all-party meeting, and it is Congress party who had stated that in today's all-party meeting of floor leaders chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, the JDU leader had demanded a special category status for Bihar. The YSRCP leader had demanded a special category status for Andhra Pradesh, and strangely the TDP leader kept quiet on these matters. That certainly means that the Congress is hinting towards the alliance partners of the Bharatiya Janata Party not in line with the NDA's decision. Certainly, it is also, remember, BJD who has asked for the special status demand for the state of Odisha as well. This is for the first time in after 25 years, although that BJD is going to sit in the opposition, but certainly as far as budget session is concerned, till 12th of August we will be seeing 19 sittings this time, and also the opposition parties are keen to raise the issues of NEET, Manipur and the train passengers safety issue in the upcoming session, but the government had been saying that the all-party meeting, which is now being chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, will be asking and also will be proposing to the opposition parties that there should be no disruption in the upcoming session, and there should be a smooth parliamentary session that should go. Although we have been told that the BSE has decided that the government will bring 6 new bills to this session, and on Monday, that is tomorrow, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be laying the economic survey papers, and on Tuesday the budget will be presented by the Finance Minister. There would be also the Government of India who would be proposing and will aim to pass the budget for the Jammu and Kashmir in this session as well. But certainly it is the opposition parties who had been constantly saying that first the demand for the Deputy Speaker for the largest opposition party should be given, that is Congress. And in tradition, what it means that normally it does not go for the alliance partners, but certainly it is Congress that should have the Deputy Speaker position. Now, what government will be deciding on that front is something that remains to be seen. But the government had been categorically saying that they want a smooth parliament session and no disruption would be allowed in the budget session.
Right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for giving us all the details. Now, shifting our focus to Kedar Nath, 3 people have died in a tragic accident in Kedar Nath following a landslide on the pilgrimage route. Rescue operations are currently underway. The landslide has also resulted in the blockage of the Badrinath highway, causing further disruptions. A red alert has been issued for parts of Uttarakhand as heavy rain is expected. My colleague Kishore Rawat has more details.
उत्तराखंड में आज और कल यानी 2 दिन के लिए 3 जिलों में खासकर चंपावत, बागेश्वर और उधम सिंह नगर के लिए भारी से बहुत भारी बारिश का रेड अलर्ट जारी किया था। इसके अलावा जो और 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है उनके लिए भी ऑरेंज अलर्ट जारी किया था कि इस दौरान काफ़ी बारिश हो सकती है और ऐसे में लैंडस्लाइड, पत्थरों का गिरना और रोड ब्लॉक और इसके अलावा नदियों का जलस्तर बढ़ सकता है। मौसम विभाग ने और आपदा प्रबंधन विभाग ने एडवाइजरी जारी की थी कि ऐसे में जो यात्री है, खासकर 4 धाम यात्री और जो रेगुलर ट्रैवल करते हैं उत्तराखंड के जिलों में, तो उनको यात्राएं तब की जाए जबकि बारिश ना हो, तब उसके बाद वो यात्रा कर सकते हैं। लेकिन केदारनाथ में जिस तरीके से हादसा हुआ इसमें 3 लोगों की डेथ हुई है, जिसमें 2 महाराष्ट्र के और एक रुद्रप्रयाग का ही यात्री है। इसके अलावा 8 लोग घायल हुए हैं। गौरीकुंड से चीड़वासा जो पैदल रास्ता है केदारनाथ धाम का, वहाँ पर ये लैंडस्लाइड हुआ और ऊपर से काफ़ी ज़्यादा पत्थर गिरे, जिसकी वजह से इन यात्रियों की डेथ हुई है। इसके अलावा इनको अभी जो घायल है उनको हॉस्पिटल पहुँचाया गया है। यही सवाल है कि आखिर जब बारिश का अलर्ट था और ऊपर लैंडस्लाइड या फिर पत्थरों के गिरने की घटनाएं की संभावनाएं जताई थी, तो ऐसे में यात्रियों को क्यों जाने दिया गया और सुरक्षा के उपाय क्यों नहीं किए गए। दूसरा बद्रीनाथ नेशनल हाईवे भी कई जगह पर बंद है। इसके अलावा गंगोत्री नेशनल हाईवे में जो बिशनपुर है, जो उस जगह पर भी काफ़ी बड़ा लैंडस्लाइड है। बीआरओ की टीम हालांकि खोल रही है, लेकिन वहाँ पर भी बड़ी तादाद में यात्री फंसे हैं। तो लगभग उत्तराखंड के पहाड़ी इलाकों की बात करें तो वहाँ पर बारिश और लैंडस्लाइड जैसी घटनाएं सामने आ रही है। इसके अलावा उधम सिंह नगर में भी, काशीपुर में काफ़ी बारिश हुई है। उधम सिंह नगर में भी रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है, तो वहाँ पर जल भराव काफ़ी ज़्यादा स्थिति में हो गया है। और हालांकि अभी फिलहाल वहाँ पर SDRF तैनात है। NDRF विद मौके की नज़ाकत को देख रही है कि ज़्यादा बारिश होती तो लोगों को सुरक्षित निकाला जाए। लेकिन ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो उत्तराखंड में 24 जुलाई यानी 23-24 जुलाई तक इस तरह के हालात रहने की आशंकाएं हैं, संभावनाएं हैं। और लगातार बारिश अभी फिलहाल ऊपरी इलाकों में कई जगहों पर हो रही है। फिलहाल अभी अगर देखा जाए तो गंगोत्री और बद्रीनाथ नेशनल हाईवे कई जगह पर लैंडस्लाइड के कारण बंद है। जी
राइट। Now shifting our focus to the Pune alleged assault. Well, an elderly man and his wife have been arrested in Pune for allegedly assaulting a woman who was travelling on a scooter with 2 children yesterday. In a shocking incident of road rage, Swapnil Kekre, who was allegedly angry because he wasn't given space to overtake, pulled the woman's hair and punched her twice with such force that her nose began bleeding. A case was registered against Swapnil after Geraldine De Silva, a digital content creator, posted a video narrating her ordeal. Geraldine De Silva claimed she was on the road on a scooter with her children and a man in a car had been speeding behind them for nearly 2 kilometers. Listen into some reactions.
Hi everyone, my name is Geraldine De Silva. I was on the street of Barir Pasha Link Road. I was with 2 kids. There was an old man who was speeding through us for 2 kilometers, and I was somehow taking the vehicle from the left hand side, not wanting to come into his way. This guy overspeeds, risks life of so many people and takes a left turn, takes me on the side. He gets out of the car very furiously. He gives me like 2 punches. He pulls me completely, like he pulls my hair. I had 2 kids. He didn't care about the kids. And this is how it is at the moment. And yeah, I just want to say, how safe is the city? Where is this going? Why are people behaving like maniacs? I had 2 kids on me. कुछ भी हो सकता था. और I don't know where all of this is going. I just want that this man should get, the cops should just punish him for what he did. There was a lady who helped me. There were people who were seeing. He punched me right in my face and I started bleeding immediately. So, yeah, I don't know what to say.
Now, Vulcan Green Steel has said that it has sent its executive accused of harassment by a woman passenger during an international flight on administrative leave amid the investigation. VGS is an entity backed by the Jindal Group of companies, said in a statement that they are deeply concerned about the recent allegations involving a senior executive in their company. The company also said that they recognize the gravity of the situation and are committed to addressing it with utmost seriousness, care, integrity and urgency. The woman passenger who was travelling business class with the executive claimed he showed her pornography and groped her. We also spoke to the victim. Take a look.
I was traveling from Kolkata to Boston via Abu Dhabi. And on the flight from Kolkata to Abu Dhabi, I was seated next to a middle-aged man who claimed to be from Jindal Steel CEO. Very normal conversation. As you know, when you're traveling, that you sometimes meet a lot of different kind of people, some who are extremely chatty. And this gentleman was having a normal conversation about where he's from and, where I'm from, what we do. And he asked me whether I also enjoy watching movies, to which I replied, obviously, right? I mean, I do enjoy watching movies. It turns out that he started showing me porn videos. And then he slowly started nuzzling my neck and coming towards me and moving his hands around my body.
That's what the company where this gentleman works. He is the CEO of Vulcan Green Steels, which is with the part of the Jindal Steel Group. And the company has come on record to say that he has been sent on administrative leave and an independent probe has been started by the company. But the parents of this victim have also gone to the airport police station in Kolkata, and they have lodged a complaint, to which now what we're picking up from Bidhannagar City Police, under whose jurisdiction the Kolkata airport comes under. They have now lodged an FIR, and the police have also started an investigation. So it is under the ambit of police investigation. That's what is being reported as well from Kolkata. And now one has to see what this police investigation leads to, given the fact that it is a very sensitive case of a mid-air sexual assault against women. And there are different sections which have been put in the FIR. And if this person is found guilty, he might be jailed for at least 5 years.
Now, there have been 16 deaths and 50 cases of Chandipura virus reported in Gujarat. As central teams have been rushed to the state, Gujarat Health Minister Hrishikesh Patel confirmed the deaths in the state, adding that information regarding this has been disseminated in every village and community health centre. This virus is primarily known for causing acute encephalitis or severe brain inflammation, especially in children. This virus can also get transmitted by vectors like mosquitoes, ticks and sandflies. Union Health Ministry, along with experts, reviewed cases of Chandipura virus and dispatched the teams to the states.
गुजरात के अंदर छोटे-छोटे बच्चों में बहुत सारे चांदीपुरम के जो लक्षण होते हैं ऐसा पाया गया। उसकी वजह से थोड़ा सा डर फैला था, लेकिन उसको पूना के लैब के अंदर भेजने से टोटल 7 केस भेजे गए थे, उसमें से 2 कंफर्म आए, 1 कंफर्म आया है और 6 नेगेटिव आए हैं। जरूरी सूचनाएं पूरे राज्य के अंदर दे दी गई। गुजरात में टोटल 47 केस है और 3 दूसरे राज्यों से आए हुए हैं। उनमें से टोटल 50 केस है, उनमें से डेथ कंफर्म 16 है।
Now, shifting our focus to West Bengal, after successive electoral victories in which she defeated the BJP in West Bengal, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will address a massive rally today in Kolkata, a day which is commemorated as Shahid Divas by the Trinamool Congress, to mark the death and honour 13 people who were killed in police firing during a demonstration in 1993 led by the then West Bengal Youth Congress leader Mamata Banerjee. Over the years, this program has gained significance as a platform where Mamata Banerjee addresses lakhs of party supporters and workers in the heart of Kolkata, sets the agenda for the party in the days to come. This year, Mamata Banerjee will be joined by Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who is also likely to address the gathering. Other India Alliance partners have also been extended invitation to attend the program. My colleague Saurabh, who has been there to cover this event, is joining us live from the location. Saurabh, what more can you tell us?
Well, this is a flagship program of the Trinamool Congress. It's the largest congregation of the party that's planned every year, and this is in the heart of Kolkata. Now you can see the stage here. These are, of course, the elected Trinamool MPs and MLAs who are on stage. Abhishek Banerjee, the National General Secretary of the Trinamool Congress, has arrived. And Mamata Banerjee is expected to arrive anytime. And Akhilesh Yadav, former Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, is also expected to be here, and he's also likely to address the gathering. But if I can give you a sense of the crowds of course are all here, and the crowds are all congregated. These are lakhs of people who've congregated in the heart of Kolkata, and they're of course here to also take part in this program, as you can see, and a lot of traffic restrictions. And this is, of course, like I said, this is the setting of the agenda for the Trinamool Congress, and therefore you will see a massive show of strength here that takes place right, like I said, in the middle of Kolkata Esplanade. And several top leaders are here. This time around, of course, Akhilesh Yadav is also expected to address the gathering. He's already arrived in Kolkata, and of course will be arriving here at the venue shortly. But like I was saying, this is like a massive event that the Trinamool puts forward every year. It's seen as a platform where the party is given a direction and agenda by Mamata Banerjee. But this year also the BJP has held simultaneous protests, and they of course have their own protests planned, though obviously the scale will not match something like this, which is the flagship program of the Trinamool Congress here in West Bengal. So this is of course largely the program of the day, and all eyes on what Mamata Banerjee has to say after those successive election victories. First the Lok Sabha, where her party increased her tally, and restricted the BJP. And then, of course, the by-polls that took place where the Trinamool Congress scored a 4 out of 4. Now, the BJP has been alleging, of course, electoral malpractice and say that they will, of course, hold protests in what they believe is the murder of democracy. But this is largely a Trinamool event, and the Trinamool setting the agenda as far as West Bengal politics is concerned, and the crowd is an indicator of the strong grip that the Trinamool Congress has as far as electoral politics in West Bengal is concerned. And of course, the kind of organization strength that it has in West Bengal is of course also showcased here with lakhs of people turning up for this gathering, a massive gathering right in the heart of Kolkata. And Mamata Banerjee to address the crowd shortly, along also with Abhishek Banerjee, and also we have the Akhilesh Yadav here, who's also likely to address the gathering.
Right. Thank you so much, Saurabh Gupta, for giving us all the details. We will be slipping into a very short break, but more news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop.
Now, the latest from Bangladesh is that the death toll from the Bangladesh government's handling of mushrooming civil unrest has crossed 150. This is according to the regional authorities there. Bangladesh police has imposed a stringent curfew with a shoot-on-sight order across the country in a move to quell the anti-quota protest which began weeks ago. My colleague Vishal Vivek will be joining us also on the phone line, will be joining us live to give us more details and put this whole Bangladesh fiasco in perspective. Vishal, if you can tell us in detail, what is the issue in Bangladesh? Why are so many students protesting against the government of Sheikh Hasina?
So the main issue is this quota protest. So this whole thing escalated when it was announced that, the quota will also include people who are descendants of, the people who fought in the 1971 independence war. So the protest started because of that, and the protesters are saying that they are okay with whatever the quota is given to them, but they are not okay with the descendant part of the whole thing. So that's the main bit that they're worried about, and they're saying that they want this to be stopped. And today the Supreme Court of Bangladesh is going to rule on that, and there are about 150 people that have been killed in the last few days over these protests. And yesterday a curfew was imposed on the whole of the country, and in just one day about 25 people have died, and it's the second day of the curfew, and it has been extended to about 3 p.m. local time. So it remains to be seen what the Supreme Court of Bangladesh will say. But as of now, the situation remains tense, and about 150 people have been killed in Bangladesh as of now.
Thank you so much, Vishal, for giving us all the details. Now, in what it says is a retaliation for a Houthi drone attack on Tel Aviv that left one Israeli dead and a few injured. Israel launched a strike on the Yemeni port. At least 3 people have been killed and 87 left injured by the Israel strike on Houthi-controlled port. Israel also struck what it claims was a Hezbollah arms depot in southern Lebanon, injuring many civilians. The Houthis have condemned the attack, while Israeli PM Netanyahu has vowed to act against those who attack them. The strike comes on the heels of Netanyahu's visit to Washington today, before which is expected to meet with the hostage negotiating team, ever as families of Israeli hostage held by Hamas continue.
From the beginning of the war, I made it clear that Israel will act against all those who attack us. This is why earlier today, I asked the Israeli cabinet to back my decision to strike against the Houthi targets in Yemen. The port that was targeted is not an innocent port. It's used as the entry point for weapons that are supplied by Iran to its Houthi terrorist proxies. The Houthis have used those weapons to attack Israel, to attack Arab states in the region, to attack many others. This strike comes in direct response to the killer drone attack yesterday that killed one person and injured several others 100 yards from the U.S. consulate in Tel Aviv.
And with that, we are slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister is holding an all-party meeting in Parliament ahead of the budget session beginning tomorrow. Trinamool Congress skips party meet BJD to demand special status for Odisha.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live. listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Thank you so much for being with us today. You know, it means the world for us at NDTV to be having these meaningful conversations. We keep talking about India's economic growth, India's trajectory to becoming a truly developed nation. There are incredible challenges, but there are also tremendous opportunities. And when one speaks about infrastructure growth, the story as far as India is concerned is it's not even half written. There is so much more that we can expect, and we've got wonderful guests today. I'll just introduce them. Ashwini Gupta is CEO of Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Anup Sahai is Head of Corporate Strategy and Special Initiatives at Larsen and Toubro. Malanna Sasalu is CEO of Provident Housing Limited. And Rumjum Chatterjee is co-founder and managing trustee of the InfraVision Foundation. Thank you all very much for being with us. Mr. Gupta, let me come to you first. In as much as we will be talking about the India story and infrastructure, it fascinates me that the Adani Group looks so much at the entire Asia-Pacific region, one among many regions, when it comes to ports. And that's something that you deal with personally. Even if you go beyond our region to Haifa, then in our region to Tanzania, if you look at Sri Lanka, quite besides ports in our own country, it fulfills a larger geostrategic goal that is linked to the India growth story. How?
First of all, thank you for the invitation to be part of this distinguished panel. I'm just thrilled to join this conversation. Let me start with the India growth story in a sustainable planet. We believe in the $10 trillion economy. Where it will come from, the trade is at the core of it. What about trade? When we talk about focus on infrastructure, on energy, on industrialization, all talks about trade. Now, if you look at our figures, 95% of the trade last year was done by maritime, which is 68% of the value of all India. Then this is very clear that more and more efficient and effective trade, not only in India, but globally, is going to contribute to this 10 trillion economy. Now, when we look back a couple of thousand years before, what were the traditional and historical trade routes? They were all about India, East Africa, North Africa, Middle East, and Southeast Asia. I think time has come when these trades will be revitalized to bring the growth in India, not only for India, but from all these global trade routes. Yeah. And that's why we are not only focusing on India, which is one of the greatest growth factor, but also focusing on East Africa, North Africa, Middle East, and Southeast Asia.
Right, and I just wanted to come across to you, Mr. Sasalu. You know, when we talk about sustainable growth, obviously the demand for growth in our country, whether it's urban growth, growth in rural centers, all of that is critical. But we have to keep an eye out on the environment. We have to ensure that our growth is not just equitable, but it is also environment friendly. Greenhouse emissions is a huge concern. Going forward, how does inclusive growth need to include a concern for the environment?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here and sharing my thoughts on this subject and with eminent panelists here. With regards to your question regarding the sustainable growth and equitable growth, what we have, if I may use the word messed up, what we have messed up in the last 100 years cannot be reversed in 5 years or 6 years because the economies in the world cannot sustain such kind of investment. More equitable is when we are able to educate people and when the larger organizations which are there are going to be moving towards the sustainable initiatives and also taking the entire population along with that and making sure they understand their role in this massive transformation that the world needs is probably the way the world should be going ahead.
You know, it is often a cliche that when one looks at infrastructure, one looks at buildings and ports and airports and highways, etc. But, you know, Rumjum, when we had a conversation, a chat before we started this program, you pointed out the need to speak about social infrastructure because it's not just enough to have structures. It's important to focus on education, healthcare, water. Could you tell us about how this needs to be a key part of 2047?
Vishnu, I think we've made significant progress in terms of core infrastructure sectors in the last few years, and we're very proud of that. And that has come about because of large investments that have gone in, private sector has been involved, that has led to quality infrastructure at scale and of course, you know, world-class infrastructure. However, India is such a diverse and large country. There is a lot of effort that we now need to put into looking at how we can galvanize the social sectors as well, the social infra sectors, with those kind of initiatives that we have actually been successful for Quota. So there are opportunities in the social sectors where we believe that we need to focus attention so that the developing country has got challenges that need to be addressed. I agree that today what we are seeing is that those local challenges are being addressed by local solutions as well. When we look at scaling up and sustaining that, then I think there are much more efforts that will be required.
Yeah. And you know, Mr. Sahai, at one level what we are talking about are concepts and ideas and things which fulfill a certain need. But Larsen & Toubro has done a great deal of work when it comes to actually realizing inclusive infrastructure growth, sustainable infrastructure growth. Could you give us a few examples of how that has been the case?
So there is something I would like to talk about, which is what we do in the rural areas, in the farming community, which is we have taken up 9 sites across the country, and these are sort of water-stressed areas which have been deprived of water for long periods of time. Not completely arid, they do get rainfall, but very sparse. So we have identified these rural areas, each of them around, say, 3,500 to 4,000 hectares. And we have worked with the local communities over there. The first task is to see how we can improve the water resources and availability in these regions. And a number of measures are taken out with the involvement of the local people, the farmers over there, setting up councils and communities amongst them, so that they can carry on the work after we have left. So things like farm bunding, trench cutting at higher levels in the watershed areas, which has an effect 2 to 3 kilometers downstream of that place in terms of raising the water level in the wells and the ponds. And activities like that which have helped raise the water level or the water table in the wells and in the ponds which the farmers access for their livelihood, for farming and cultivation,
and they have seen the difference these things have made. And after we leave also, so they carry on the work. They understand the meaning now of what it means to maintain those trench cuts at elevated levels and to repair it as and when required. So how to do this at scale can be a challenge, which is something that can be taken up. We are not the only corporates, I must say. There are other corporates also doing similar kinds of things. But certainly there is an opportunity and there is a need to scale it up at a much bigger level across the country.
Mr. Gupta, earlier we'd focused on the Asia-Pacific region in terms of ports, the Indian Ocean region. Let's talk about India itself, because the India story as far as ports is concerned is so critical for our economic growth. I was reading some numbers, and this is what the Minister of Shipping and Ports said. Our present capacity in millions of tons per annum is 2,600 MTPA. By 2047, the goal, I think, is 10,000 million tons per annum. So two questions over here. What is the climate strategy as India expands port capacity? And secondly, what are the economic implications of reaching that 10,000 MPTA mark?
I would say India growth story in a sustainable planet. We do believe in this 10,000 million metric ton per annum capacity as announced by Honorable Minister. Why? If you look at India GDP, we talk about 6 to 7%. Maybe it may go higher. But when we look at the trade growth, it could be much higher than the GDP. And if we do my mathematics, it comes to be 9 to 10% to reach that 10,000 million metric ton by 2047. So if we focus on GDP growth, if we focus on trade growth, that is going to happen, which is 10,000 million metric ton. And in line with that, we ourselves also preparing the capacities. For example, in next 5 years, we will double our sales to 1 billion. Now, what is also very important that we do the growth in a sustainable way. Sustainable way means what? And I think I fully appreciate what you said. Sometimes we overuse the sustainability word. In my language, sustainability is something that you should hand over this planet to your grandchildren as your grandfather did to your father. That's what is the definition of sustainability, despite of exponential growth, despite of capacity creation and so on. So what is most important in this sector is the end-to-end renewable energy. And as I'm speaking, 13% of our ports are driven by the renewable energy. And we are putting up the world's largest renewable energy park, 30 gigawatt in Quota. Now, the second thing which comes is again about planet, is about how green our planet is. Again, we are aligning ourselves with the Indian government's ambition of net zero by 2070. We as Adani Ports have set our target to be net zero by 2040. Renewable energy, in case of planet, 48 million trees by 2030. But more important, the species which is mangrove, you would have seen, when you are on the plane and you are looking at the beaches or the coastal line. In Asia, we are the pioneers in doing the mangrove development, and in India, we are the biggest. So which means air, water, land. Everywhere, if we have to create the activities which are going to protect the species and which are going to make a planet greener and cleaner so that we hand over the planet to our grandchildren with the growth which we are targeting, which is 10 trillion economy.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
You know, Mr. Sasalu, when one speaks about real estate development in the country, the first thing that comes to my mind are urban spaces where builders come in, destroy old buildings, create these concrete structures, and there is no concept or thinking about how that needs to be sustainable or environmentally friendly. Now, that's obviously something that cannot be the way forward. It's not an option. It's just something that has to be done. How?
Basically, let's understand this, that 7% of the total GDP comes from only residential development in this country, right? So, which means that it's around roughly $500 billion of GDP comes from the housing, which it employs one of the largest employment creator is the housing industry in this country. The real estate development is probably one of the most important aspect of the society creation. Everybody needs a house. 2014, Honorable Prime Minister actually came up with the first housing policy, Housing for All, the sustainability initiative with regards to housing. That Housing for All and Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana was brought in, and several private people also participated in it, and also there is a government initiative which put so many people, homeless people, into homes across the country. With regards to us ruining the real estate developers, ruining the environment, let's understand that we operate under the guidance of what we call the master plans that have been created in all the cities. Our powers do not go beyond those 5 acres or 15 acres or whatever it is. There is no way that we can go to a public road and say, I'm going to improve this road. By touching that road means that you have actually broken a rule or two. So it is just that within that infrastructure that is provided is where we participate. It is not a blame game. And I think, there is a lot of emphasis that should be given towards the urban development in the country. When we are creating the master plans, it should be comprehensive. We are only developing within the guidelines that is provided by this thing in the amount of constraints that we operate. And I believe that real estate developers must be celebrated rather than being criticized is what I think.
Rubju, people's choices and people's voices. We don't talk about this enough at all when one speaks about infrastructure growth. And the reason it is important to have inclusive growth is because we aren't one homogeneous society. We are a deeply heterogeneous society. But these are just words that I'm saying. How does one have inclusion when it comes to a vision, whether it's real estate, whether it's highways, whether it's buildings, or anything else which involves the voices of diverse people?
Absolutely. Vishnu, I think the important thing is that we don't listen to people's needs enough. Infrastructure is meant to improve the quality of life of our citizens. But we cannot assume that infrastructure will be made and they will have to live and operate within that. We need to understand what infrastructure is required for them, how they would like it, and wherever this has been used, this concept has been used, we've seen fantastic results, all of which are sustainable because people know what they need, they want, how to get that and how to operate that so that it benefits them. So we need to do a lot more of that, whether it's urban areas on saying, why is it that a metro is made, but ridership is only 22%? It's because nobody asked them what the challenges are.
Mr. Sahai, how does Larsen and Toubro reduce your carbon footprint?
So the big challenge for us is how to reduce the carbon footprint from these construction sites. The bulk of the emission takes place on account of the diesel consumption that takes place in these sites. More often they are remote, they are of a temporary nature, between 3 to 5 years typically. They have open boundaries, so to say, and getting connectivity from the grid is not always easy. So a lot of diesel consumption takes place, so the challenge for us was how to reduce the diesel consumption from 70 to 80% of the total mix to less than 60%. And I think over the last 12 to 18 months, a lot of initiatives have been taken. One is to see as far as possible to convert DG sets operation into grid wherever the workmen colonies are there. Secondly, to go in for more energy efficient equipment. We have identified 20 to 25% of our equipment. We are replacing them actively with the newer types of equipment. Then next is we have put IoTs and sensors on 14,000 pieces of equipment. They are tracked centrally in a command center, and they are tracked for both productivity and whether they are in operation or not, and whether what is the kind of fuel consumption taking place. So through optimization of such equipment across sites, improving their productivity, we have been able to reduce the diesel consumption per piece of equipment. And something simple as just setting targets for the various project teams at each site, that despite the increase in the activity, as a company we are growing, we are getting more orders, but we are saying that no, your diesel consumption has to come down. You will grow, but your diesel consumption has to come down. And that itself has had an effect. Our revenues and activities have grown by 15% in the last year, but diesel consumption has dropped by around 7%. So we see that as a significant effect of all these measures.
One final question, Mr. Gupta, to you. This is something that fascinates me. You've seen ports evolve in India, not just the Adani ports, but ports across the country over a period of time. How has technology had, or how is technology having a direct impact on logistics? And when one talks about logistics, there are also constraints because outside the ports, there is the entire highway network, there is the end user who has to gain from all of this, and there are problems and bottlenecks at every stage. So again, two parts. Is there a limit to logistics when we use that word in terms of your business? And how does technology work with logistics?
Now, when I look at all the touch points of the logistics, we talk about vessels, we talk about ports, we talk about warehouses, we talk about yards, we talk about railways, we talk about trucks. Every part is the integral thing of the logistics. Today, when I compare, and this is what the target which India should take and India has taken, to reduce the logistics cost by 5 points. We are 5 points uncompetitive as compared to other best-in-class logistics cost in the world. Imagine if that 5 points goes down, how much effective we will be in the whole world. And
why are we above the world standard?
So the first thing is, do we have a seamless connectivity between all the models of transport? Are we really talking about infrastructure in isolation, or we are talking about infrastructure which is well connected, and that brings the quality of life to the consumer from end to end? So I think the challenge, so let me put it, the opportunity which we have is thanks to all the policies and the focus of the government on the logistics is bringing a lot of good things, whether we talk about dedicated freight corridors, whether we talk about multimodal logistic parks, whether we talk about the railway feeders, we talk about warehousing. I mean, everywhere we talk about, there's a special focus on logistics because we all have realized if we really want to be competitive in the world, we need to work on our logistics cost. When I talk about if we have to connect the dots of each and every infrastructure which is influencing the trade, the technology platform is the only solution. Technology is an enabler to connect everything. And I think the way we are seeing e-commerce today, how many packets we receive at our home every morning, which is totally different than what it was 5 years before. Let's talk about that logistics, which will be end-to-end seamless.
Yeah. Well, a wonderful start, I would hope, to many more conversations today for this program. And I think this really sets the table for what we were trying to do, which is to look at infrastructure and infrastructure growth from a holistic standpoint. You know, we've looked at it from the standpoint of diversity, different voices. We've looked at it from the standpoint of technology. We've looked at it from the standpoint of carbon emissions. And we've looked at it from the standpoint of India, the macro geostrategic picture as well. All of this comes together for our economic growth as we work towards the 2047 target. But there is no doubt that there are fundamental challenges which lie ahead. We'll continue having these conversations to identify those and think through solutions. Thank you all very much.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we International Airport where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleek.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju is holding an all-party meeting in Parliament ahead of the budget session beginning tomorrow. BJD and YSRCP, they demand special status for Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. Gaurav Gogoi raises Deputy Speaker post issue, while the Samajwadi Party brings up the Kambad Yatra nameplate row. A horrific tragedy in Kedar Nath. 3 people have died and 2 injured after stones and debris fell on the Kedar Nath Yatra trekking route. The Badrinath highway is blocked again as red alert has been issued for parts of Uttarakhand. Karnataka government proposes raising the IT staff's working hours to 14 per day. Karnataka State IT Employees Union says this is the biggest ever attack on the working class. Vulcan Green Steel, a Jindal-promoted company, said that it has sent its executive accused of harassment by a woman passenger during an international flight on administrative leave amid the investigation. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will address a massive rally today in Kolkata, an annual event commemorated as Shahid Divas. She will be joined on stage by Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav. Death toll in Bangladesh riots cross 150 mark. Bangladesh's top court is due to rule on the future of civil service hiring rules that sparked nationwide clashes between police and the university students. India says 1,000 Indian students have been evacuated and they are monitoring the rest. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. Our top story at this hour that we are tracking amid a huge uproar over a bill that directed private firms in Karnataka to reserve jobs for Kannadigas. The state government is now planning to raise the IT staff's working hours to 14 per day. Now, the Karnataka State IT Employees Union, or KITU, it said on Saturday that according to KITU, the proposal to amend the Karnataka Shop and Commercial Establishment Act to facilitate a 14-hour working day was presented in a meeting called by the Labour Department with various stakeholders in the industry. If implemented, the extended work hours will have the biggest impact on Bengaluru, the state capital, known as the IT hub of the country. And my colleague Pratibha joins us to get us more on this. Pratibha, the government's planning to raise the IT staff's working hours to 14 per day now. And many are complaining of toxic work culture. What is the government saying?
Well, as of now, no word from the government, but yes, this is a proposal that has been given to them, and this should be discussed in the next cabinet meeting, is what we hear. The proposed new bill, Karnataka Shops and Commercial Establishments Amendment Bill 2024, attempts to normalize a 14-hour workday, which definitely hasn't really gone down well with the ITES Employees Union here, who have suggested that this shouldn't be implemented, and that this amendment will allow the companies to go for a 2-shift system instead of the current existing 3-shift system. During the meeting, which was also attended by Karnataka Labour Minister, like you pointed out, Mr. Santosh Lad, and officials from different other departments, all of them are looking at the impact that this would have on the health of different employees working in this sector. So that needs to also be considered, is what the union has suggested. Now, remember, this comes especially during the huge uproar over a bill that directed private firms in Karnataka to reserve jobs for Kannadigas. And the state government, all eyes are on them as to the manner in which they would plan this and discuss this going ahead with respect to the next cabinet meeting. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha Raman, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. And Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju is chairing an all-party meeting ahead of the budget session. The budget session will begin on Monday with Modi 3.0 presenting its first budget on July 23rd in 3-week-long budget session. Lok Sabha Speaker has constituted 14-member Business Advisory Committee. In this meeting, government's agenda is union budget on the 23rd and budget for Jammu and Kashmir, while the opposition, they want to discuss NEET exam fiasco, Manipur, rising unemployment and rural distress. Election of the Deputy Speaker is also on the opposition's agenda. While special status has been asked by YSRCP, RJD and JDU for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, TDP is staying quiet on this matter. In fact, sources tell us that Samajwadi Party, in fact, has raised the Kanwar Yatra issue as well. And the Congress has, in fact, raised the Deputy Speaker post issue in this case.
न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य पर अभी तक कोई निर्णय नहीं आया है। किसान परेशान है, खेतिहर मजदूर परेशान है। इसी तरह अगर आप देखें तो बहुत से ऐसे मुद्दे हैं जो जन समस्याओं से जुड़े हुए हैं। ये सरकार जानबूझकर जन सरोकार की अवहेलना कर रही है। मणिपुर में अभी कोई निदान ये नहीं ढूंढ पाए हैं। देश के अन्य हिस्सों में हिंसा बढ़ रही है। जो हमारे निर्वाचित लोग हैं उन पर फर्जी मुकदमे चलाए जा रहे हैं। ये सारे मुद्दे होंगे जिसको हम उठाएंगे।
And Aishwarya joins us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, what can we expect in this particular session? Because the last time in the Parliament, we saw a lot of ruckus. Will there be any sort of consensus this time around in this particular meeting?
Well, the government of India had been stating that they want a smooth parliament session this time, and therefore the reason perhaps this all-party meeting had been called under the chairmanship of Rajnath Singh, and it is Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju who had stated that all the floor leaders had been given an appropriate time to put forward their demands as to what their issues are. Certainly, it is BJD from the state of Odisha who had requested the government to give Odisha as a special category status. It is YSRCP from the state of Andhra Pradesh who had again demanded a special status, and also from the RJD, it is special package that has been demanded for the state of Bihar. Now, it is, of course, the government of India who had been preparing to bring almost 6 bills this time. One of the most important one remains the scrapping of a 90-year-old aircraft bill to replace with it a new one, and of course the banking amendments bills that are also to be put forward before the Parliament. Now remember, tomorrow is an important day where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be laying the economic survey papers, and on Tuesday the finance budget will be presented before the Parliament. And just before that, it is a consensus that the government wanted to make so that there should be smooth session and there should be no disruption in the Parliament. But of course, the opposition parties had been raising demands of discussion on the NEET issue. The Kavad Yatra nameplate issue had also been raised by parties like Aam Aadmi Party, Samajwadi Party, and also the Congress Party, stating that Manipur issue should be discussed inside the Parliament and Prime Minister should be giving a reply before the House. Now, certainly it remains to be seen that whether the consensus is made and how smooth the functioning of Parliament will be seen in the upcoming 19 sittings of the budget session.
All right. Will there be a consensus amid all the demands made by the opposition is the question. Aishwarya, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Now, 3 people have died in a tragic accident in Kedarnath following a landslide on the pilgrimage route. Rescue operations are currently underway. The landslide has also resulted in the blockage of the Badrinath highway, causing further disruptions. A red alert has been issued for parts of Uttarakhand as heavy rain is expected. My colleague Kishore gets us more.
उत्तराखंड में आज और कल यानी 2 दिन के लिए 3 जिलों में खासकर चंपावत, बागेश्वर और उधम सिंह नगर के लिए भारी से बहुत भारी बारिश का रेड अलर्ट जारी किया था। इसके अलावा जो और 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं उनके लिए भी ऑरेंज अलर्ट जारी किया था कि इस दौरान काफ़ी बारिश हो सकती है और ऐसे में लैंडस्लाइड, पत्थरों का गिरना और रोड ब्लॉक और इसके अलावा नदियों का जलस्तर बढ़ सकता है। मौसम विभाग ने और आपदा प्रबंधन विभाग ने एडवाइजरी जारी की थी कि ऐसे में जो यात्री है, खासकर 4 धाम यात्री और जो रेगुलर ट्रैवल करते हैं उत्तराखंड के ज़िलों में, तो उनको यात्राएं तब की जाए जबकि बारिश ना हो, तब उसके बाद वो यात्रा कर सकते हैं। लेकिन केदारनाथ में जिस तरीके से हादसा हुआ इसमें 3 लोगों की डेथ हुई है, जिसमें 2 महाराष्ट्र के और एक रुद्रप्रयाग का ही यात्री है। इसके अलावा 8 लोग घायल हुए हैं। गौरीकुंड से चीड़वासा जो पैदल रास्ता है केदारनाथ धाम का, वहाँ पर ये लैंडस्लाइड हुआ और ऊपर से काफ़ी ज़्यादा पत्थर गिरे, जिसकी वजह से इन यात्रियों की डेथ हुई है। इसके अलावा इनको अभी जो घायल है उनको हॉस्पिटल पहुँचाया गया है। यही सवाल है कि आखिर जब बारिश का अलर्ट था और ऊपर लैंडस्लाइड या फिर पत्थरों के गिरने की घटनाएं की संभावनाएं जताई थी, तो ऐसे में यात्रियों को क्यों जाने दिया गया और सुरक्षा के उपाय क्यों नहीं किए गए। दूसरा बद्रीनाथ नेशनल हाईवे भी कई जगह पर बंद है। इसके अलावा गंगोत्री नेशनल हाईवे में जो बिशनपुर है, जो उस जगह पर भी काफ़ी बड़ा लैंडस्लाइड है। बीआरओ की टीम हालांकि खोल रही है, लेकिन वहाँ पर भी बड़ी तादाद में यात्री फंसे हैं। तो लगभग उत्तराखंड के पहाड़ी इलाकों की बात करें तो वहाँ पर बारिश और लैंडस्लाइड जैसी घटनाएं सामने आ रही है। इसके अलावा उधम सिंह नगर में भी, काशीपुर में काफ़ी बारिश हुई है। उधम सिंह नगर में भी रेड अलर्ट जारी किया है, तो वहाँ पर जल भराव काफ़ी ज़्यादा स्थिति में हो गया है। और हालांकि अभी फिलहाल वहाँ पर एसडीआरएफ तैनात है। एनडीआरएफ विद मौके की नज़ाकत को देख रही है कि ज़्यादा बारिश होती तो लोगों को सुरक्षित निकाला जाए। लेकिन ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो उत्तराखंड में 24 जुलाई यानी 23-24 जुलाई तक इस तरह के हालात रहने की आशंकाएं हैं, संभावनाएं हैं और लगातार बारिश अभी फिलहाल ऊपरी इलाकों में कई जगहों पर हो रही है। फिलहाल अभी अगर देखा जाए तो गंगोत्री और बद्रीनाथ नेशनल हाईवे कई जगह पर लैंडस्लाइड के कारण बंद है। जी।
All right, time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
या फिर
Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted
Welcome back. Another big story that we are tracking is the Gonda train accident probe. Now, regarding the rail accident in Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express, 5-member investigation team, including Railway Safety Commissioner Pranjeev Saxena, Chief Safety Officer of the Northeast Railway Mukesh Mehrotra, Additional Divisional Manager of Lucknow Division Rajiv Kumar with branch officials inspected the spot and recorded the statements of nearby people, officers as well as employees. And after preliminary investigation, negligence is being said that has led to this particular accident. My colleague Tanish Punjabi also joins us to get us more on this. Tanishka, what is the latest detail that you have, and the fact that these reports, it suggests that negligence led to the accident was, this is very concerning.
Well, yes, Osama. Soon after the accident took place, the unfortunate accident that took the life of 3 people in Gonda, the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express that got derailed near Gonda. A 5-member team, as you mentioned, was formed, and that team looked into the causes of what actually caused the derailment of the train. So the 5-member team actually spoke to the employees, nearby people, eyewitnesses, and after the preliminary investigation, according to the preliminary investigation, it was negligence that led that led to the derailment. The track, it was found that the tracks were damaged and were not tightened on time. That of course led to that led to the derailment. Also, one important thing to note in this preliminary investigation is that the caution was issued at around 2:30 p.m. sometime before the accident, but that caution was, that warning was not able to reach the loco pilot. So of course that caused the accident according to the preliminary investigation. So 5-member team was looking into it. They spoke to the employees, officials, nearby people, and it has been found out that the tracks were not tightened properly, and a caution was also issued, but that was not able, that did not reach the loco pilot according to the preliminary investigation. Few days back, this unfortunate derailment happened near Gonda, which of course around 20 people were injured, more than 6 people were seriously injured, and 3 people lost their lives. Yes.
All right, Tanish Punjabi, thank you very much for getting us all the latest. In fact, let's now go across to the TMC rally in Kolkata, where Mamata Banerjee, along with Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, are there to show the strength of the opposition there.
वो इतिहास मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि जुल्म की खिलाफत में जो जान दांव पर लगाते हैं वो इतिहास में शहीदों की तरह याद किए जाते हैं। मैं दोबारा कहता हूं कि जुल्म की खिलाफत में जो जान दांव पर लगाते हैं वो इतिहास में शहीदों की तरह याद किए जाते हैं। आज का दिन कार्यकर्ताओं की शहादत को याद करने का है, लेकिन आंख में आंसू लेकर के और आंख में आंसू लाकर के नहीं, बल्कि सर को ऊपर उठा करके, क्योंकि ऐसी शहादतें ही किसी दल और उसके नेता और देश का गौरवशाली इतिहास बनाती हैं। ये हर किसी पार्टी के सौभाग्य नहीं होता, ऐसा हर दल के लिए सौभाग्य नहीं बनता जिसे ऐसे जान देने वाले वर्कर्स मिलते हों। मुझे इस बात की प्रसन्नता है कि आदरणीय दीदी के पास ऐसे वर्कर हैं जो अपनी जान भी दे देते हैं लेकिन परवाह नहीं करते हैं। दरअसल कोई कितना भी बड़ा लीडर हो जाए या कभी कोई भी बड़ा पद ना पाए, लेकिन वो कार्यकर्ता हमेशा रहता है। कार्यकर्ता सबसे छोटा नहीं, सबसे बड़ा होता है। कार्यकर्ता ही किसी दल की बुनियाद होता है। वर्कर ही हमारे पार्टी की बुनियाद में होता है। उसी की शहादत अगर ये बताती है कि वो पार्टी के प्रति कितना वफादार था, तो पार्टी द्वारा उसको याद करना बताता है कि पार्टी के दिल में उसके लिए कितनी ऊंची जगह है। आज जो आप लोग इकट्ठे हैं या मैं आकर के आपके बीच में खड़ा हूं, वो याद दिला रहा है, बता रहा है कि दीदी के दिल में एक एक कार्यकर्ता का सम्मान कितना है। उसको आज भी दीदी याद कर रही हैं। जिस दल का सबसे बड़ा लीडर उस दल का सबसे बड़ा वर्कर होता है, उसका वर्तमान मजबूत होता है और भविष्य और भी ज्यादा मजबूत है। पिछले चुनाव में मुझे याद है जब दीदी संघर्ष कर रही थी, आदरणीय ममता दीदी के लिए मैंने 2 लाइनें कही थी। जब वो असली लड़ाई में थी, पैर में चोट थी, वो चल नहीं पा रही थी, उसके बावजूद भी वो चुनाव प्रचार में थी। और उस समय हम लोगों ने देखा और यही कहा था कि एक अकेली लड़ जाएगी, जीतेगी और बढ़ जाएगी। जब दीदी को हम लोगों ने देखा था कि पैर में प्लास्टर बांध करके वो अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए और सरकार बनाने के लिए आपसे आह्वान कर रही थी, उस समय जो वो लाइनें थीं, वो उस समय भी महत्व रखती थीं। और आज जब मैं इतने बड़े कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में आया हूं, तो मैं उन लाइनों को दोबारा कहता हूं कि एक अकेले लड़ जाएगी, जीतेगी और बढ़ जाएगी। उस समय भी हमारा मतलब ये नहीं था कि दीदी अकेले लड़ रही हैं, तब भी हमारा मतलब यही था कि दीदी अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ जान हथेली पर लेकर के एक होकर के लड़ रही हैं। ऐसे कम नेता होते हैं जो अपनी जान हथेली पर रख करके लड़ते हों और उनका साथ इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने देने का काम किया है। वर्कर किसी व्यक्ति का नाम नहीं होता है, बल्कि एक विचारधारा में विश्वास रखने चलने का नाम होता है। हालतों को बदलने के लिए मर मिटने तक के संघर्ष का नाम होता है। क्योंकि एक बार पॉलिटिकल वर्कर जब खड़ा हो गया साथ, तो वो जीवन भर उस पार्टी के साथ खड़ा होता है। मैं ऐसे कार्यकर्ताओं को धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करूंगा कि जो दीदी के साथ जब शुरुआती संघर्ष किया होगा, उस दिन से आज तक उनके साथ खड़ा दिखाई दे रहा है, उनके साथ संघर्ष करता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। और जब हम देश की राजनीति को देखते हैं, तो आज की चुनौती बड़ी है। सांप्रदायिक ताकतें अपना षड्यंत्र रच रही हैं। जो सत्ता में लोग हैं दिल्ली में, और दिल्ली के इशारे पर जो लोग बैठे हैं जगह जगह पर, वो लगातार षड्यंत्र कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मैं जानता हूं आपका साहस, आपकी बहादुरी, आपका साथ जो दीदी के साथ है, वो हर षड्यंत्र का मुकाबला करने के लिए तैयार हैं। देश को ऐसी ताकतें हैं जो विभाजनकारी राजनीति के नाम पर बांट करके हमेशा के लिए राज करना चाहती हैं। लेकिन ऐसा करने में वो कुछ समय के लिए कामयाब भी हो जाएं, पर आखिरकार वो हारेंगे, क्योंकि गलत मंसूबे कभी अपनी मंजिल नहीं पाते हैं। जो इंसान और इंसाफ के साथ खड़े होते हैं, जीत आखिर उन्हीं की होती है। जो नकारात्मक लोग अंदर से डरे होते हैं, वही साजिश करते हैं। मुखबरी का काम तो कर सकते हैं, लेकिन सामने की लड़ाई लड़ करके जान देने की हिम्मत उनमें कभी नहीं होती है। खुदगर्जी और मुनाफाखोरी ही इनका कारोबार होता है, जिसको बढ़ाने के लिए सियासत करना चाह के भी लोगों का भला कभी उनका मकसद नहीं होता।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Devotees take the holy dip in Triveni Sangam on the occasion of Guru Purnima in Prayagraj.
Enough. The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं. बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
Hello and welcome to our special series, The Budget of Hope. Today here in Jaipur, we are with a series of women entrepreneurs. Jaipur is known for its rich craft tradition, and interestingly, a lot of women have actually promoted this craft and made it into a successful business. In fact, we are here at a very iconic store. It's called Ratan Textiles. The story of Ratan Textiles is really actually very interesting. It started as a small boutique, as a homegrown enterprise. Today, it's a huge export business, and 3 generations of women are running this enterprise. So what do women want from the budget? Not just women who are women entrepreneurs or business women, but women in the service industry. First and foremost, I have with me Savita Jain ji. It's such a pleasure to welcome you. Thank you so much for joining us on this conversation in NDTV. Savita ji is the person who started Ratan Textile. Savita ji, आपने कैसे शुरू किया? घर से शुरू किया, और आज हम देख रहे हैं कि इतना बड़ा बिजनेस बन गया है जो रंगाई, छपाई और एक तरह से जो रिसाइकलिंग होती है गारमेंट्स की, उसका एक उदाहरण बन गया है ये
बहुत छोटे से बिजनेस से मैंने चालू किया था. मुझे बचपन से ही शौक था प्रिंटिंग का और कशीदा सिलाई वगैरह का, इसलिए मैंने ये चालू किया था.
तो जब आपने शुरू किया सिर्फ घर में थे, और कितने कारीगर थे उस टाइम आपके पास?
नहीं, मेरे पास कोई कारीगर भी नहीं था, और घर में सब मेरी हेल्प करते थे, मदर इन लॉ, फादर इन लॉ, इसलिए मुझे इसको करने का वो मिला.
और आज आप देखते हैं कि इतना बड़ा बिजनेस बन गया है जो एक्सपोर्ट भी कर रहा है, और आपके सिर्फ बेटियां ही नहीं, आपकी बहुएं ही नहीं, आपकी ग्रैंड डॉटर्स भी इसमें जुड़ गई है. तो कैसा लगता है आपको आज?
बहुत अच्छा लगता है. मेरी ग्रैंड सन्स और ग्रैंड डॉटर्स एंड मेरी सब बहुएं सब इसी बिजनेस में आ गई है, इसलिए बहुत अच्छा लगता है
जी. So that really is the entrepreneurship, the entrepreneurial spirit of women in Jaipur. Now I have with me Raghushri Podar, who is the chairperson of FICCI Flow. Raghushri, we've seen that that Jaipur actually has a very strong entrepreneurial spirit, and we see a lot of women are starting out businesses. What do you think the government needs to do to promote more of this industry?
Thank you for inviting me. And the main thing which I have realized with the time is, जैसे आपने concept डाला कि make in India. Why not make by Indian women and create a cluster, industrial cluster? And agar ye cluster, if done very well, we can have an organization which promotes and make trade fairs where only entrepreneurs of Rajasthan or all over India you can promote and make it a brand called Made by Indian Women, and creating this cluster, taking it forward ahead. And giving subsidies to women. You know, women traveling for fairs is not easy. Most of the time they depend on men. I believe there are two concepts which women in India is lacking is, one is that the men pushing them, but let's push them ahead by giving them more opportunities, making trade fairs only made by women products. So this would take us way ahead. Second point which I feel is that sometimes the women doesn't know about loan and banking. So digitally, when we were surveying, 50% women have no idea they're directors or they're partners or they're proprietors in the company. So once they know their power and right, they can rise more further. So the education is just not being literate about doing BA, MCom or something, but being literate about their financial power also.
Let me just move to Pooja now. Pooja, so let me tell you that Pooja runs a very interesting enterprise. It's a offshoot of Ratan, which is textile. She's into handmade paper products. So not only are you, Pooja, conserving a dying craft and a dying tradition, but you also employ a lot of women. What are the benefits or incentives you would look for from the government, because we are calling it Budget of Hope and we're looking specifically at what women want?
So basically we do handmade recycled paper. Now for recycled paper, it is made from cotton waste, and we don't cut trees for that, and that is converted into products and various other things. Now,
so it's a green industry also?
Yeah. And it's totally recycled. The handmade paper can again be recycled. There's no plastic waste and nothing in that. Earlier, before GST, there was no VAT on handmade paper industry. But now, unfortunately, there is 18% GST on handmade paper and handmade paper products. How will this industry survive with such a high GST in front of mill paper? Wherever handwork is involved, automatically the cost of the product goes high. And upar se you have that 18% GST also. GST percentage is same on the mill paper and handmade paper. So how will it sustain?
Right.
That's the thing. So what I'm looking for...
So rationalizing GST rates, I think that's what you're saying.
If not like zero, like a minimal GST of 5% is what I think government should...
And right now it's at 18%, you said?
Yeah, it's at 18%.
Over to Rimi Shekhawat. Dr. Rimi Shekhawat is a well-known professional. Apart from being a working woman, she also runs a hospital with her husband. Rimi, we talked a lot about healthcare. So my first question to you is healthcare in terms of, the private-public partnership, where the government is looking, and Rajasthan took the lead in that, where the government is looking at bringing in healthcare through involving private hospitals also. But there were many issues and problems with that. How do you see that? What do you expect from the budget in terms of, sort of making healthcare accessible to all?
So thank you, Harsha. Basically, it's been like more than 25 years and I have been like a graduate from SMS Medical College, Rajasthan. So I'm seeing so many, if we are talking about female entrepreneurship, so being in the medical profession, dedicating 10 prime years of your life into it and coming out and facing the business in such a, you can say, squeezed out atmosphere, that is very, very difficult to survive. So it becomes very difficult to run a good hospital with ultra modern advanced technologies, instruments, all the expertise, definitely in the private sector. So I would definitely suggest that doctors should also be taken into consideration. They are also the voters. They are also the
What do you want from the government? What do you think the government should do?
The government should give subsidies and also all sorts of loan facilities. Basically, the budget has been curtailed at many places. I would say for getting the loans and getting the finance, that is also like very much cramped up conditions. In case if I'm talking about the lady doctors, then definitely there should be some special, you can say, budget allocation to them, because once they come out with their professional degrees, they need to open up their setups, and for that they need a lot of finance. And for that, if government can allocate something specially for them, that will be very, very good.
You're looking at a lot of young entrepreneurs starting out. So your name, please. And what you were talking to me about how purchasing power has actually become, a challenge because, because of the way the economy is going. So just introduce yourself. She's third generation working in Ratan Textiles. Introduce yourself and tell us, what do you want from the budget?
Okay, so I'm Vedika, and I recently happened to come back to Jaipur to my business, and I think that's the best move I've taken so far, because it's been a legacy that has been carrying on for so long, so why miss the opportunity? And while I came back very recently, what I understood, like, if supposing today the GST bracket in our industry is 5 to 12%, so ultimately you're charging the customer for it, right? So if you can just reduce the entire bracket to 5% altogether, so ultimately if more people are buying your products, the government is going to get the benefits any which ways. But if the tax is higher, so people don't purchase as much. And apart from that, back in 2022, the repo rate was around 4%, and now it's 6.5. So there is not enough power in the hands of the consumers ultimately to spend as much as they could. So I feel that is where a rectification can be made.
We have two more ladies with us. They are both working in a very niche sector, which is the handicraft sector. And it's not just handicraft, actually. It's even more niche than that, I would say, Priyamvada and Shivani. So what they're doing is they're promoting and preserving a very ancient craft tradition, which is Araish. But, since they're not even enough skilled labor, they also train and skill people to take on this craft and work at it, and then so you preserve a dying craft, give it a new impetus, and also create products out of it, which is a business. So Priyamvada, Priyamvada Golecha, first to you, what do you expect from the government to do specifically for a sector like yours? And we are talking about these sectors because these are really sectors which are very much, working in the economy. You can find them here in Jaipur especially, because Jaipur itself has such a rich craft tradition.
So just give a little introduction on Araish. It's traditionally done on walls. It's lime plaster. So traditionally all our homes were made of lime, but after independence barely any homes were made in lime, and it's a dying tradition because most homes are made of cement today. So we've lost a very traditional building skill. So when Shivani and I met, we thought it'd be very interesting to bring something that's done on walls to a terracotta object, so it becomes a piece that can be carried around. So something that's limited to buildings gets transferred onto products, so it becomes transferable.
What are the kind of incentive support that you would require from the government? Because not only are you working in a very niche industry, there's a lack of skilled labor in that particular industry.
I think craft is a very unique manufacturing opportunity that India has, and it has to be treated as every other sector. So we need skill building. The craft that we work in is a very endangered craft. So skill building is very important to us. So we have to identify our master crafts people. We have to find people who want to get trained in a certain craft. So the government will have to build initiatives so that people are lured to learn a craft and take it forward, and then the industry has to step in to create lucrative job opportunities so people see potential in carrying forward a craft.
This product that you have created, now the labor component in this entire industry is very important. You don't have labor, enough labor, you're skilling the labor. What do you expect from the government in terms of, do you expect tax holidays, or like you were saying that you would expect the government to actually hold workshops so that you can skill this, and they should provide incentives for that?
So yeah, the master craftsmen who are around, the few that are around, maybe they need to, be helped by the government.
So they can pass
so
on
that
their
they can
craft.
pass on their knowledge and craft to the the younger generation and people who are interested in doing this work. So not very many people are interested in doing this work because it's labor intensive, it's time consuming.
Skill building programs is very important.
Yes.
So we have to identify our master crafts people. And we have to find people either from the traditional families who still want to learn the crafts of their fathers and grandfathers, or people beyond the traditional communities who want to learn the craft because they have a keen interest in it. And the government has to give stipends to these master craftsmen for training other people and people who are interested in getting skilled to create a program where they can earn a decent livelihood and then they can be absorbed by industry.
You were also talking about how you're planning to train women to even do miniature art.
Yes, so the other project I work on is Khanum, which is ceramics and miniature painting. So we're working with very traditional pottery and we're working with miniature painting and bringing these two skills together, which was never done in the past. And traditionally, miniature painting was only done by men in the karkhanas. Women didn't traditionally practice it. But now in the studio, we have a lot of men who are interested in training their daughters. So we've got a lot of women coming to the studio, and it's a whole training program that we are setting up so that women can partake on this craft.
So skilling women. I think maybe the government should step in and give what you're saying is incentives for that to skill women is what we're talking about. Also for someone who runs, an export business. So I have Sapna with me, who's very much, very much part of the Ratan family. Sapna, for someone who runs a very successful export business, what do you expect from the government to help you in terms of exports?
Okay, so procuring raw material is a big problem for us, like the yarn, which is like what we get in India. It is more expensive than what is being exported. Like to Bangladesh especially, they get a rebate of like 5%. So what we procure in India, it's more expensive. So the final product which comes out to be more expensive than the neighboring countries. So people are going like for production and all, they go to our neighboring countries just to make the final production thing, ordering in India instead of they go to the neighboring countries. So our export, like what we expect कि हमारे को ज़्यादा orders मिलेंगे, it's just passing on to the neighboring countries.
Yeah, I think that's
because of the fabric cost.
Yeah, that's a very important point. Rashmi, I just want to bring it to you now, toss it to you. So what she said is very important. A small little country like Bangladesh is doing much better than us on exports. Somewhere do you think there is also a need to skill and rationalize the labor laws and the labor and have more skilled labor?
Thank you, Harsha. Yeah, I definitely think that we really need to rationalize a lot of labor laws and also skill as far as women are concerned. Because I am like closely working with women, especially from the rural sector, and I really believe that they have a lot of creativity and they have a lot of scope of coming to the forefront if their opportunities are provided to them. But since the policies are not so clear, I guess, to the women of this sector. So I believe that if the policies are brought to the forefront in a more simplified manner, then the women can really, step out and they can contribute to the family's expenses, giving them a lot of confidence and, making very useful, like creating things which we miss on generally because, less of women are there on the workforce. And
I would like to in fact put that question to you, Apra, because what she said, since you are with various industry bodies, you were asking me, so my very technical, it's a very sort of a technical question in that sense. Women are stepping into the workforce. What do you think women need? Because you're representing industry bodies, but you're also representing the women who are working in that industry.
Thank you, Harsha. So, yes, absolutely, women are stepping into the workforce and we are very hopeful about the budget, and I'm sure women also are very, very hopeful because it's going to be the first budget after the Lok Sabha elections, and, there are, the finance minister somehow has created that kind of a buzz in the interim budget also, whether it's the Mudra scheme or it is the health cover under the Ayushman Bharat scheme, women are actually needing more. So yes, they definitely need more access to finance incentives. They need more kind of information about what is available and where. So whether it's the Startup India or whether it is the Women Economic Platform, the WEP, or there are these Atal incubators. So they need more information that
कहाँ पर क्या चीज़ है, what is available where, because I write a column for startups in a national daily every Sunday. You will be very surprised, out of 10 emails I receive, about 7 to 8 emails, they ask basic questions like, we do not have finance, how do we begin? So every time, I tell them that there is a lot available, but that information is somehow not kind of, gone in the right manner. They also need better healthcare and medical facilities. So whether it is the cervical cancer vaccination available free of cost, because if we prepare them physically, if we prepare them to be physically very, very strong, emotionally and mentally, women are the strongest, I mean, I can take that liberty to say this, that yes, they are considered more strong. So yes, they can just step out and do lots and lots of things. So whether it is in the Anganwadis or there are, these ASHA workers, they need better health cover. They also need the income tax slabs to be absolutely competitive, and there are certain kind of incentives which should be only be available for the women.
I think that's a very important point, because for women it's not just economics, it's also about empowerment. उन्होंने जैसे बताया, आपका नाम बताइए?
मेरा मीना शर्मा। नमस्ते मैम।
नमस्ते मीना जी, ऐसे जो महिलाएं, आप पहली जनरेशन की महिला होंगी जो अपने घर से बाहर आके नौकरी कर रही हैं, जो नौकरी करने की जो महिलाएं हैं उसमें से आपको क्या चाहिए, आप क्या चाहते हैं सरकार से, जो आप जैसे कि टैक्स कम हो या महंगाई पे, या और क्या सुविधा आप चाहते हैं टैक्स से, क्योंकि सरकार से, क्योंकि अब बजट आने वाला है?
जी नमस्ते मैम, मैं ये चाहती हूँ सरकार से कि एक तो महंगाई कम की जाए, और बहुत ज़्यादा महंगाई बढ़ा, सिलेंडर के दाम बढ़ जाते हैं तो घर का चलाना मुश्किल हो जाता है, बजट बिगड़ जाता है, सैलरी इंक्रीमेंट इतना होता है, तो सरकार से रिक्वेस्ट है कि हमारी महंगाई कम की जाए और डॉक्टर फैसिलिटी अच्छी की जाए, और बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए भी कुछ फीस वगैरह जो हाई होती है वो थोड़ा लो किया जाए.
Everybody is not a businesswoman, and we in that sense all of us come from privileged backgrounds. But what is when you have interacted with women, what do you think they need? Like she said something very simple, like cylinder prices can throw an entire budget out of control.
Very right. We did a survey in a Barodia Basti in Bani Park. Out of 100 women, they were working in household. So when they were coming back home, we asked them that how much bank account do you have? Believe me, out of 50 women, 25 knew what is bank account. बोले बैंक थोड़ी जाने देंगे हमारे घर वाले. So the money they are earning, maybe 10,000, 12,000, 15,000, they said that we keep it somewhere hidden, because the male of the family can take it. But if they know that they are able to have a bank account which is not in household women, इसको एक सरकार बहुत गहराई से देखे कि जो ये जो 2 नंबर में कैश दिए जा रहे हैं वो अगर 1 नंबर के खाते में डालें तो उनकी फैमिली और उनको एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा, ब्याज मिलेगा, सेविंग अकाउंट मिलेगा. They will understand banking.
I'm just going to put it to you, Pooja, because you have so many women who are working for you. What are the challenges that you face? Like she said, it's really important in the economy that we link women, the women workforce, with banking. There's no question about it.
So I'll tell you, basically in our industry, especially in garment industry, there is like cutting and packaging, especially thread cutting is the area. It's like majorly 80-90% women or 100% women, I think so. So we went to, there is a village nearby, Bassi, and we thought we'll send the bus and get 15-20 ladies and teach them and get them every day and drop them every day. Everything was finalized. But the main thing is that they don't want to step out from their comfort zone to the factory. They want to sit there in their house and do the work. They are okay with that. That hitch is still there. जो गांव की महिलाएं हैं ना, उनमें ये है.
There's a hitch to come out.
That जागरूकता, someone needs to go and tell them and break that ice.
And also tell them that it's safe to come to work. Like you were saying, you were going to give them a bus, you would bring them to a safe environment and send them back safely. So I think that safety angle is very important. I think we're just running out of time. So now to Rimi. Rimi, we've talked about various things. I think if I were to sum it up, skilling women, making women aware, creating safe work environments, and like she said, link them to banking. Very, very important. Apart from, of course, what the others said about GST, increasing the taxation net and having very niche, looking at niche craft industries. But, from the healthcare perspective, what do you think women want from this budget? Because you have dealt with so many women who are coming into your hospital to access healthcare.
Actually, the thing is that everything has been like very, on the papers it is very lucrative, but on the ground that is the harsh reality. Whatever benefits the females as a patients, especially in the case of mother child care part, they have been allocated almost 5 lakh in a card, but that card has been misused by their family members. Even if they will show something else, they'll take out the money out of that. So basically the direct beneficiary, that female should be, it is not happening on the ground reality. So I would always suggest that whatever is made for them, it should be easily accessible
and directly to them.
Directed to them.
So thank you very much for this very interesting conversation. So I think to sum it up, really what we are coming at is that, you know, the need, of course, this is like I said, we are talking to very successful women entrepreneurs in Jaipur. They've worked with traditional crafts and have made them successful businesses, like where we are sitting. What started as a small domestic enterprise is now a huge export business. Apart from that, we have women who worked with, you know, niche craft, dying craft traditions. We have representatives from the industry. I think the summing up is that, you know, more skilled labor force. Women are slowly stepping into the labor force. So things like linking them directly with banking, giving them a safe work environment, like what Pooja said, so that more and more people, you know, agree to come out of their homes and work. Like what Apra and the others said, you know, about the taxation net, making GST simpler, and of course making women aware. A lot of women are not aware about the finance that they can get access to start a business. They're also not skilled enough perhaps to pick up jobs. So what you need to do perhaps is work on the human resource. That is the women, that is the Adhi, Abadi. And of course, women have a lot of hope from this budget because remember, the finance minister is also a woman.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
All-party meeting ahead of the budget session. The opposition parties seek special status for Odisha, Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. BJD, YSRCP, they demand special status, while the RJD demands a special package for their respective states. Samajwadi Party raises Kanwar Yatra nameplate issue at the all-party meeting. Gaurav Gogoi brings up vacant deputy speaker's post, says it should be given to the largest opposition party. Jagan to sit on dharna in Delhi day after the budget. YSRCP alleges that under TDP's rule, 35 murders took place in just 45 days. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav joins Mamata Banerjee's show of strength at the annual Shahid Divas rally in Kolkata. Mamata says pats Akhilesh on the back for UP's success in the Lok Sabha elections. Mamata Banerjee says that the BJP government in Delhi is unstable. Abhishek Banerjee, in the meanwhile, demands Dharmendra Pradhan's arrest in the NEET case. After management quota, Karnataka government throws another googly, proposes raising the IT staff's working hours to 14 per day. Karnataka State IT Employees Union says it's the biggest ever attack on the working class. Bangladesh Supreme Court scales back the 1971 kin quota in terms the High Court's order on job quota illegal. It also slashes the quota for kin of 1971 veterans to 5% from 30%. A horrific tragedy in Kedarnath. 3 people have died and 2 injured after stones and debris fell on the Kedarnath Yatra trekking route. The Badrinath highway is blocked again as red alert has been issued for parts of Uttarakhand. All right, breaking news coming in at this hour. Bangladesh's top court on Sunday, it has scaled back but did not abolish a contentious quota system for civil service job applicants after the scheme's reintroduction last month precipitated deadly nationwide civil strife. Now, the Supreme Court has said that the High Court verdict was illegal. And this is what the Attorney General, A.M. Aminuddin, had told the news agency AFP, referring to an earlier ruling that reintroduced the quotas. He added that 5% of civil service jobs would remain reserved for children of Independence War veterans and 2% for other categories. So the Bangladesh Supreme Court scaling back the 71 veterans kin quota, and it has in fact said that the High Court order on job quota is illegal. And my colleague Vishal Vivek joins us to get us more on this. Vishal, Bangladesh's top court, it has scaled back the kin quota, but more importantly, it did not abolish it entirely. What does it mean in the larger context?
Before, the quota was about 30%. Now they have scaled it back to 7%. So there is some sense of relief for the protesters, but they have not abolished it, as you have mentioned before. But it's a significant change considering the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, it was 30% in the beginning for the descendants of the freedom fighters of 1971. Now it's 7%. And so what that means is 93% of the job will be on merit-based system. It's a big relief for the protesters, but how they will react to it, that remains to be seen. The government of Bangladesh has been trying to engage with the protesters who have been, protesting for the last few weeks. But in the last few days, the last 3-4 days particularly, they have, gone on a nationwide campaign, which has turned into a violent campaign in the sense that there has been, frequent clashes with the police, with the paramilitary forces. About 150 people have died so far. So whether or not these violent protests and these clashes will stop, that remains to be seen. That depends on the, whatever the conversations happen between the government and the protesters. So far, the protesters have refused to speak with the government. Whether or not this relief from the Supreme Court, this judgment from the Supreme Court, extends the talks forward, that remains to be seen. So in the next few hours will be particularly critical because as far the reports are concerned, until about 3 p.m. today, Dhaka time, there was total curfew. So whether or not this Supreme Court judgment changes that remains to be seen. There are a lot of questions to be answered because violent protests have spread across the country, and there's no internet in the country. There's no information flowing out of the country. There are only a handful of organizations working out of Bangladesh that are, giving information as to what is going on inside the country. So it's a total information blockade there.
Right.
This Supreme Court judgment, what that means, how that translates, that all remains to be seen.
All right, Vishal Vivek, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. So the Bangladesh Supreme Court has scaled back the quota, kin quota, that was earlier approved by the High Court Moving on to our other big story that we are tracking, the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju has chaired an all-party meeting ahead of the budget session. The budget session, remember, will begin on Monday, that is tomorrow, with Modi 3.0 presenting its first budget on July 23rd in three-week-long budget session. Now, Lok Sabha Speaker has constituted 14-member Business Advisory Committee. In the meeting, the government's agenda is a union. The government's agenda was the union budget on the 23rd and the budget for Jammu and Kashmir. While the opposition, it demanded to discuss NEET exam fiasco, Manipur, rising unemployment, and rural distress. Now, BJD, the Biju Janata Dal, YSRCP, they have demanded special status for Odisha and Andhra Pradesh, while the RJD, they have demanded a special package for Bihar state. And in fact, sources say that Samajwadi Party has raised the Kanwar Yatra issue in that particular meeting. The Congress, in fact, has raised the Deputy Speaker post issue, and the YSRCP has raised the law and order issue in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, the sources suggest that YSRCP has sought a special status for Andhra, while the RJD has demanded special package for Bihar.
In the all-party meeting, we had political parties from Bihar and Andhra Pradesh also demanding special category status for their respective states. Biju Janata Dal has demanded for special category status for Odisha. We join issue with our other counterparts from other states as well, who feel there is a similar need required for their respective states.
And Aishwarya Jain joins us to get us more on this. Aishwarya, different parties, they're asking for special statuses and special packages for their respective states. And along with all of that, there is the Kanwar Yatra Rao and as well as the Deputy Speaker's post issue. What more can you tell us?
Well, certainly it is the opposition regional parties who have demanded for special status and packages for their respective states. We talk about Odisha, then it is Biju Janata Dal who had requested for a special package for the state. It is for Andhra Pradesh, where the YSRCP had demanded for a special package, and certainly, interestingly, it is for Bihar, BJD. For Bihar, it is JDU, LJP, and the RJD had raised the demand for the special status. Now remember, these are the alliance partners for the NDA as well, if we talk about the JDU and the LJP. But apart from it, there had been several other issues which had been raised by several other parties, AIADMK raising the NEET issue and concerns regarding to it. It was Praful Patel's party who had raised the issue of the farmers and the price rise in the farm crops as well. But certainly it is Government of India who stated that they had given opportunity to each and every pro leader who had attended this all-party meeting and had given an opportunity to raise their issues. Now, the Government of India is committed for ensuring smooth parliament session, which is starting from tomorrow. Remember, this budget session will consist of 19 sittings, to which Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be laying the economic survey papers tomorrow, and on Tuesday the budget will be announced. But certainly special package demand is something that had been put forward by different political parties, specifically regional parties, for their states. That would be certainly very important to see that whether the governments had agreed to put forward these demands or not. But a smooth session is something that the government is expecting from all the political parties.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. In fact, the YSRCP has raised charges of lawlessness in Andhra Pradesh, and the former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister, he's set to protest in Delhi. This is against the TDP government. The YSRCP is demanding precedence rule in the state. The lawlessness and the breakdown of law and order in Andhra Pradesh is what the YSRCP is protesting against, and this especially after 35 murders were witnessed in just 45 days of the ruling TDP.
What's the plan of Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy?
He's going to be here on Tuesday and Wednesday. We are going to highlight all these things. We are going to put a photo exhibition and videos. We are going to highlight this throughout the country, that what is the state happening in Andhra Pradesh, and we are going to demand justice for all the people.
So lastly, the 8 demands that YSRCP has put forward in the all-party meeting, if you can just brief us. One, of course, the special status demand for these.
See, basically, all the relevant issues which are happening in the country. One is this UPSC, and basically the first foremost demand is special category status, which was promised by both BJP and the Congress on the floor of the House, and even the railway zone issue. And Visakhapatnam steel plant, we don't want it to be privatized because one, it's a great government asset, and we just need to allot iron ore mine for that. So for that, the valuation of the whole asset goes up, and it's an asset for the country. So we are opposing the privatization of Visakhapatnam steel plant.
Very strong allegations by the YSRCP. They just stepped out of the all-party meeting, said that in 45 days of your ruling, there have been 31 murders, complete lawlessness in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and therefore they need to demand to implement President's rule in Andhra Pradesh. How do you respond to such allegations?
These are all fake allegations, fake numbers that are being put across. We want, our Chief Minister wants discussion in State Assembly, which is going to start from tomorrow. If any of these issues they want to raise, they can raise in the State Assembly. Instead of raising it in the State Assembly, they are running away from the issue. Because once they raise those issues, we will answer them with a strong counter, with proofs and everything. And we will also present what has happened, how many lawlessness activities have happened from 2019 to 24. It will be a lot of embarrassment for them. That's why they're just making allegation and running away from an assembly and coming over here. They're just doing a diversion politics. The topic right now in Andhra Pradesh, everyone wants to hear in Andhra Pradesh right now is the financial mess that Andhra Pradesh is in now. The numbers will be released. The white paper will be released on Monday or Tuesday. Please go through it. It will be shocking with the numbers. The debt that Andhra Pradesh is in, the numbers when you look at it, it will be shocking. So we want that to be presented in the assembly and discussion to happen on that. He is running away from that. Yes. And second thing, we want to present those numbers in the parliament also, so that every member can actually look at those numbers. And when we demand for extra grants, when we ask for extra grants from the union government, no one objects to it.
So they have also stated that, these are just not numbers. They will photo exhibit these murders, they will show to the country, and this is what Chandrababu Naidu has also done when he was sitting in the opposition in the state of Andhra Pradesh. He had also come to Delhi and put out dharna and showcase to the entire country what has happened there. So now what's the issue?
One thing you should remember, Andhra Pradesh is on a path to restart again, reconstruct again. Everything has stopped. We are looking for investments, not only from the union government, from the private sector also. The investments will come. We all know investments will come. Development activities will happen when law and order issue is at the most perfect. Last 5 years, it is not there. That's why investments didn't come. Next 5 years, under the leadership of Chandrababu Naidu Garu, law and order will be perfect and it will be investor friendly.
And news now from Kolkata. After successive electoral victories in which she defeated the BJP in West Bengal, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, she addressed a massive rally today in Kolkata, a day which is commemorated as Shahid Divas by the Trinamool Congress to mark the death and honour 13 people who were killed in police firing during a demonstration in 1993 led by the then West Bengal Youth Congress leader Mamata Banerjee. Now this year, Mamata Banerjee, she was joined by Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav in that rally. Abhishek Banerjee, he said that if Partha Chatterjee can be raided and arrested in the alleged job scam, then why can't they raid and arrest Dharmendra Pradhan in the NEET paper leak case? In fact, Akhilesh Yadav, who was also speaking at that rally, he said that the BJP-led NDA government at the centre, it won't last long and it will fall very, very soon.
हम आपको पार्टी को, समाजवादी पार्टी को पहले अभिनंदन करने चाहूंगी कि यूपी में जो खेल आपने दिखाया, अभी तो बीजेपी को रिजाइन करना चाहिए था, लेकिन उसको शर्म कम होता है। आपको थोड़ा से दिन इंतजार करने पड़ेगा, लेकिन आपका साथ मैं सहमत हूं कि दिल्ली में जो गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी लगा के, इलेक्शन कमीशन को लगा के, डरा के जो गवर्नमेंट ले आया, वो स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट नहीं है। कोई भी दिन हो जा सकता है। जैसे कभी धूप आता है, बारिश होता है, उसका बाद ऐसे बहुत दिन हो गया। इनफ इज इनफ।
जो दिल्ली में सरकार में बैठे लोग हैं, वो सरकार चलने वाली नहीं है, वो सरकार गिरने वाली है। और हम और आप लोग देखेंगे एक दिन कि यही सरकार गिरेगी और हमारे आपके लिए खुशियों के दिन भी आएंगे।
আমরা কোনো দোষকে, কোনো অন্যায়কে প্রশ্রয় দিই না, কিন্তু এসএসসি কেলেঙ্কারি বা টেট, তথাকথিত এসএসসি বা টেট কেলেঙ্কারির নাম করে যদি পার্থ চ্যাটার্জির বাড়িতে রেড করে ইডি তাকে গ্রেপ্তার করে, তাহলে স্বাধীন ভারতবর্ষের সর্ববৃহৎ কেলেঙ্কারি নিট কেলেঙ্কারি, সেই নিট কেলেঙ্কারিতে প্রশ্নপত্র ফাঁস হওয়ার কারণে ইডি কেন ধর্মেন্দ্র প্রধানের বাড়িতে রেড করে তাকে অ্যারেস্ট করবে না?
All right, I'm currently joined by Dr. Shotrupa. She's the spokesperson of the BJP. Dr. Shotrupa, your reaction on what has been said, especially the fact that there were NEET scam case that has been raised, that NEET issue, examination issue, along with the fact that Akhilesh Yadav, along with Mamata Banerjee, both are of the opinion that the BJP-led NDA government, which is at the center, it won't last long. What is your reaction to whatever that has been said today?
Osama, good afternoon. Firstly, Abhishek Banerjee is most upset as to why Dharmendra Pradhan has not been arrested yet. While sympathizing with his concerns regarding the national scam that is being, is being unearthed right now, I can only say that he should look to Bengal and look into his scams, which are constantly happening, and more such scams are now coming out, coupled with local violence and complete breakdown of law and order in the state of West Bengal. As far as NEET is concerned, one has to acknowledge the fact that it was under Dharmendra Pradhan that we have identified that this is a problem, a very big problem, and we have already, initiated a CBI inquiry, a central agency inquiry. So having said that, I think it is also being monitored by the Supreme Court. I'm sure we should have a little more faith on Supreme Court, and let's see where the judgment is going. As far as Akhilesh Yadav and Mamata Banerjee is concerned, about the so-called instability of the central government is concerned, once again, I would request to you and to your audience that both the parties, both Akhilesh Yadav's party as well as Mamata Banerjee's party, yes, done well in their respective states, but all together, in the alliance together, have not been able to acquire the numbers required to even think of toppling the central government as of now with the numbers that we have. So it is best to continue daydreaming in this beautiful monsoon season. But beyond that, I don't think there's much reality in what they're talking about.
All right, Dr. Shotrupa, thank you very much for giving us your views on what was said at that Shahid Divas rally. In fact, we're going across to the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, who's speaking after chairing that all-party meeting ahead of the budget session. Let's listen in.
फ्लोर लीडर्स का बैठक हुई और इस बजट सेशन से पहले एक पारंपरिक हमारा बहुत उपयोगी चर्चा हुई। मैं सबसे पहले जितने पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के पार्लियामेंट में फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा जो आज मीटिंग में पार्टिसिपेट करके बहुत अच्छे सुझाव भी दिए हैं। कुल मिलाकर के 44 पार्टीज का भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला करके 44 पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का पार्टिसिपेशन आज ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में हुई। टोटल 55 लीडर्स इंक्लूडिंग मिनिस्टर्स, रक्षा मंत्री जी जो हमारा डिप्टी लीडर है लोकसभा में, और आज के मीटिंग को जिन्होंने चेयर किए हैं, हमारे सदन के नेता राज्यसभा में आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी, और मैं और अपने दोनों राज्य मंत्री पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स के अर्जुन मेघवाल जी और एल मुरुगन जी, हम लोगों ने टोटल, और चिराग पासवान जी अपने दल के नेता के हिसाब से उन्होंने अटेंड किए हैं, तो 55 कुल मिलाकर के लीडर्स का आज बैठक हुई। हमने डिटेल में सारा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के फ्लोर लीडर से उनका मत को लिया, सुझाव को लिया, हमने नोट किया और आग्रह भी किया कि हम मिल के बजट सेशन को अच्छी तरह से हम चलाएंगे और पार्लियामेंट को सुचारू रूप से चलाना ये सरकार में जो है उनका भी जिम्मेदारी है और विपक्ष में जो सदस्य है उनका भी जिम्मेदारी है। हम मिल करके अच्छी तरह से बजट सेशन को चलाएंगे, ऐसा हमारा अपील है। और सबका मेंबर्स का बहुत सारा विषय इन्होंने सजेशन किया है, हम उसका सेंस को समझते हुए राज्यसभा में आदरणीय चेयरमैन और लोकसभा में आदरणीय स्पीकर दोनों से चर्चा करके बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी के बैठक में हम इसको आगे कैसे ले जाना है आगे चर्चा करेंगे। अंत में हमारे आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी ने अपील किया है कि हम लोग सब लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने के लिए सब कमिटेड हैं और जब सीनियर लीडर हो या कोई भी मेंबर जब लोकसभा राज्यसभा में बोलते हैं तो हम उसको व्यवधान ना करें, डिस्टर्बेंस ना करें। पिछली बार स्पेशल सेशन के दौरान जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मोशन ऑफ थैंक्स टू दी प्रेसिडेंट, आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति का अभिभाषण को धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव देते समय जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रिप्लाई दे रहे थे तो लोकसभा में भी राज्यसभा में भी डिस्टर्ब किया गया था। उसको लेकर के आज आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी से अपील किया गया है कि ऐसा हमारा संसदीय परंपरा के लिए ठीक नहीं है। जब देश का प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं तो सदन को सुनना चाहिए और देश को भी सुनना चाहिए और कोई भी सदस्य
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. All-party meeting ahead of the budget session. The opposition parties seek special status for Odisha, Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. BJD and YSRCP demands special status, while the RJD demands special package for Bihar. Akhilesh Yadav joins Mamata Banerjee's show of strength at the annual Shahid Divas rally in Kolkata. Mamata pats Akhilesh on the back for UP's success. Mamata says that the BJP government in Delhi is unstable. Abhishek Banerjee, in the meanwhile, has demanded Dharmendra Pradhan's arrest in NEET case. After management Quota row, Karnataka government throws another googly, proposes raising the IT staff's working hours to 14 per day. Karnataka State IT Employees Union says this is the biggest ever attack on the working class. Bangladesh Supreme Court scales back the 1971 kin quota, turns the High Court's order on job quota illegal. It also slashed the quota for kin of 1971 veterans to 5% from 30%.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं. वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates.
The dignity of labor had been inculcated in us from day one by my mother. That it's not what you do, it's how you do which is important. And I always made sure that whatever we did with pride and we did it well.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Meet the Indian American queen of frozen Indian food, entrepreneur Sukhi Singh. family business of making sauces that she literally started from scratch turned one day into a thriving food enterprise.
So this is Suki's kitchen. So I am literally here in Suki's kitchen. So Suki, when I heard your story, I had to meet you because I wanted to tell it to as many people as possible. Because I consider you sort of a queen of frozen meals, frozen Indian meals here in America. And what's your little kingdom, I would say, because your food is everywhere, started with a particular sauce that you made in your home kitchen. So while I want to know the secret to your success, I want to know your secret sauce. I really want to know your secret sauce.
The sauces may be easy to heat and serve, but the journey to success was not so simple.
When we came to this country, I had decided that, not really decided, my mother-in-law was very against us coming here, and what do you want to go there for? You've got everything over here and stuff like that, and you're going to go there and start working for other people. I said, no, I am going there, but I can show you I will give jobs, not take jobs. I mean, I didn't know that what I was saying would I have to prove it so early on when I came here. But yes, so I came here and we bought a deli in Oakland, and we had the Loma Prieta earthquake, and overnight our grosses fell $700 a day, which was all the money we were making out of it, and we started losing money. And then is when I started just making these sauces and putting them on a shelf, and they started selling. We were new to the country, we had never done business before, and we just thought, okay, so we'll wait it out another year and a half, these buildings, these people will come back. But that was the biggest mistake we made. Nobody comes back.
So that whole area where you were working, where you're running your deli, it became an area that didn't generate any more business for you.
No, it wasn't enough. We were a breakfast and lunch place, and all the business we were getting at lunchtime was from the offices.
And the offices had gone.
Yeah, well, not all gone, but reduced dramatically.
So you sold the restaurant.
We sold it.
And so you'd bought it for how much?
170,000.
And you sold it for?
60.
So that would have hurt. That would have really hurt.
That did.
But you literally cut your losses.
Yeah, and it wasn't worth it. And so when they said, so what are we going to do? I said, listen, you're healthy, I'm healthy, and we've got 3 children who are there to help us, and they're very willing to do so. So we'll find what we have to do. And but this is not it. We have to get out of this. But then in the meantime, as I said, I had already had this, I was already selling the sauces, and I said, you know what, I got a few more inquiries about it. People who bought the sauce would move away but would come back to buy the sauce, which it really gave me this, I had this in my gut feeling that this is going to work. So I said, I'm going to do this for 2 years and I'll give you the money. I said, I'd also got the feeling that my food was appreciated by people. So I would get big catering orders over the weekend, which were enough to get me by. And that's what I did then. I just took a small place and got a commercial kitchen and started making the sauces. As I told you, I'd bring the stuff and all the kids would join me. And the course of the journey is decided by your experience. And then after about a year and a half, we were questioning ourselves and how long would it take to get this thing to a point where it would give us a living. Right now we were working at it, in it, whatever you might, even deliveries we were doing ourselves. And then one day I was at one store, Whole Foods in Palo Alto, doing a demo, and this lady came by and said, oh my gosh, I love this product, never go out of business. And I said, this is a good person to ask how many times she cooks with this. So she then went ahead, she said, we eat at home 3 times a week maybe. And I definitely cook with it once a month. And I looked at her face and I said, this bottle is going to last her 3 months. How many of these do I need to sell? And that if at all, after twice using it, she might decide, oh, I'm going to throw this away, it's old now. So and then she was checking out her groceries, I was checking out my lunch. And I saw that she had about 4 frozen meals in her basket, and this one bottle of curry paste of mine sitting over there. And I said, she's going to be back next week to buy more frozen food. And this bottle is going to last her 1 month or 2 months. So decided to change gears and get into fresh Indian food, which
So
was the best thing we did.
Okay, so from your sauces you went into frozen.
Yeah. But you know,
Indian food.
funnily enough, the people who bought these sauces still buy them. Food service units which used to cook with our sauces still use them. I mean, though the grosses don't compare, but it still is one of my favorite products.
And so the frozen food business of Sukhi's Kitchen was born.
So it's been a family business from the beginning, family run, and everyone has been involved.
Absolutely.
You were saying that your children often spent their time, instead of going out with their friends, helping you bottle the sauces.
Oh yes, as I told you, after we lost the money in the Delhi, they were my free labor. But my biggest this thing was that they loved being there. They loved being with us and doing these things together. It was gold lining, I say, on the clouds because we stayed together. Anything we did, we planned and we tasted and made it together.
So Dalbir, here you are. So introducing one family member who was instrumental in that little assembly line. What was it like as a kid? Working with your parents, bottling sauces when your friends were out partying?
Yeah, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I wasn't that popular, so there wasn't a lot of partying opportunity for me. But you know, it was, I mean, it was hard. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was definitely hard. But what the most amazing thing is that, you know, when you come over from India, I wasn't a very outgoing kid. I wouldn't say I was shy, but I wasn't outgoing. And working early on, we were at the farmers markets when we started doing them. I was about 13 when we started doing the farmers markets. And if you have to sell samosas to someone on a Saturday at 8 o'clock in the morning, you get pretty good at talking to people and being outgoing. And it was, you know, for us at that time, it was a livelihood. I mean, you had to make your $400 at the market. Otherwise, you know, it was going to be a little bit harder at the end of the month to pay the bills. Everything is a give and take, you know, so you miss out on certain things, but then it comes back in spades.
I love that story.
Wonderful.
You know, what you see as a challenge that, you know, you all have to make a living. Everyone has, you need to support yourselves as a family. One can see it as a hardship, but it has been life altering in a really positive way for you. And has brought you all together and brought you somewhere you probably couldn't have imagined.
Yeah.
There's nothing like a warm Indian meal after a long day. And that feeling might just be the real secret sauce to Sukhi's success.
It's now my chance to taste Sukhi's Kitchen's secret sauce. It's coming along really nicely. It's really rich. And you didn't put that much oil in there. It tastes like it would make any curry really delicious. So how did you sell samosas in, you know, a farmer's market on a Saturday to people who don't know Indian food? How did you do it?
A lot of free samples. A lot of free samples.
Say, would you like to try a samosa? This is an Indian potato pocket.
Yeah.
You buy 4, you get 1 free.
You get to know every trick in the book.
So this whole journey of your business is also the story of your family.
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So when you came here, Sukhi, you had a total different change of identity.
Absolutely. My husband was in the Indian Air Force and I was, you know, my parents were both doctors. And we came here and we had to do whatever to make a living. Didn't think when we were coming there what we would have to do, but basically my kids were my free labor in the business. They would come and they would cook and they would pack and label. And at night we would leave the kitchen cleaned, mopped, everything done at 2 o'clock in the morning with all our products. But before that, for me, there was a shift. When I came, I started managing my sister's street vending business of ice cream. And we had these 25 drivers who would come in and use the bathroom and the toilet, but it had to be cleaned. It was a real grounding experience that, we had to do that. But the dignity of labor had been inculcated in us from day one by mother, that it's not what you do, it's how you do which is important. And I always made sure that whatever we did with pride and we did it well. And then my husband came in, and for him it was even more difficult because he had been this officer in the Air Force. And here he came and he had to start doing demos for me sometimes even on the pavement outside a store. But it was good. It really gave us the value of, as I said, dignity of labor, and we could do it and make our way with it. It was fine.
I love that entrepreneurial spirit because you've made so many changes to your course, even in the food business. And I love this line you were telling me about your father, who was a great catchy phrase on how to sell the product. What was it?
Yeah, I mean, our dad, and he was the best salesman out of all of us, right? Which was always, for anyone who knows him, it wasn't a surprise. But he would always tell people, he said, if you can boil water, you can make curry. And just, he was a larger than life presence. And for a man like that to say that, when you were there, he just livened it up and everyone laughed and they bought the product and you believed him and it was amazing.
So I told you we would all go to do the markets, and at home, when we'd come back, we'd all compare notes and see who did the best. He always did the best. And I said, how can you do that? Don't take no for an answer. If you really believe in what you're doing, then there's always another way of doing it. So look for the answers and look for a hole in the marketplace. If you have a food product, what is it that's not there? And that it is your skill to produce, and go after that. I used to do demos. I would always tell people, try this, and they said, no, curry is too spicy, I don't like it. I said, you've had bad curry. Good Indian food will always please your palate, not burn it. Try this one.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
वो परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Welcome back. A fresh spell of rain has lashed parts of the Mumbai city. Visuals from Eastern Express Highway overnight have been coming in overnight and continuing morning rain It has brought Mumbai to a standstill, disrupting public transport services and causing inconvenience to the countless commuters. Now, Mumbai has now received heavy showers and waterlogging is being reported in Mumbai. Heavy to very heavy rain is also expected in the next 24 hours. In fact, my colleague Anuj Raite, who has been on the ground covering the Mumbai rain, he's with us to get us more details. Anuj, what is the situation right now and how is the city coping up with it?
Well, you see, it has been raining since morning today, and to be very specific, it has been raining since yesterday. We saw continuous, consistent rainfall throughout the city yesterday. At night, we saw the rainfall getting a little weak, which is why the dawn was a little peaceful. But ever since, it's been morning, right, since 7 a.m., there have been rainfalls. There has been a rainfall across the city. Now, here I am present at the Marine Drive, and as you can see, the high tide time has already passed us, right? The high tide was experienced at 12:10 p.m. But then a lot of people started coming or swarming to Marine Drive even after that, thinking that the situation would become pretty normal. But then the rain hasn't stopped after that. And that is the reason why we see a lot of BMC officials here on ground. We see a lot of police people, police officers and constables on ground, time and again trying to tell people to be away, which is why the area which you see next to us, there were a lot of people here some time ago, but now they've all been cleared off by the BMC officials, and it's also very windy. Now, the thing is that, especially in this particular place, the rain is coming in a few phases. You see, it's windy, and that's the reason why I'm not holding an umbrella. And that is why people are not able to expect whether to come here, whether to stay here or not. The Chief Minister earlier said, that, or rather told that as a precautionary measure, people should avoid getting out of their houses unless it is extremely necessary. But we all know that it's a Sunday, and Mumbaikars love to visit Marine Drive during Sundays. As a result, we saw a lot of people coming to this place as well. Now, besides Marine Drive, there are a lot of other places which are getting affected as well. You see, a couple of flights have already been diverted from North India, that is Delhi and Amritsar, to Mumbai. They've been diverted to Ahmedabad. These were the Vistara flight. So we are seeing a lot of rain being experienced in the Santa Cruz region, which is where the airport is located at. And there are a few low-lying areas which are in the central part of the city, which is Dadar, Bandra, etc. And those regions are also facing heavy rainfalls at the moment. But as I said before, it is all happening in phases, confusing the people a little bit, because you see the rain stopping after a heavy spell of 10-15 minutes for a few minutes, and then come back strong. So the rain has overall been quite in a continuous spell since the morning, and the authorities, the city corporation, the state government have told people, not just in Mumbai, but across the western coastal line of Maharashtra, to be safe and only get out of the house if it is extremely important.
All right, Anuj Raite, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from Mumbai. So Mumbai's monsoon woes, it continues as heavy rain have lashed parts of the city. A small group of Pass the Torch demonstrators comprising of activists and Democratic voters gathered outside the gates of the White House on Saturday, calling on Biden to end his quest for a second term as U.S. president. As Democrats churn over whether Biden should stay in the 2024 race, the party turmoil is deepening over whether his Vice President Kamala Harris is next in line for the job, or if a mini primary should be quickly launched to choose a new nominee before the party's August convention. But installing Harris to the top of the ticket, which would be a history-making moment for the party, elevating the first woman, black person and person of South Asian descent as its presidential nominee, is not at all certain. Officials from the highest ranks, including Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, prefer an open process, some believing it would strengthen any Democratic nominee to confront Republican Donald Trump. Skeptical Democrats doubt Biden can keep the White House after his stumbled debate performance last month, and worry he will take hopes for party control of Congress down with him.
To our children in our schools. Take a second, go over to the...
Colombian President Gustavo Petro delivered his annual message to the nation on Saturday in Bogota. But outside the Congress building, where Petro was speaking to legislators, hundreds of anti-Petro demonstrators showed their disagreement with the president and his policies. Colombia's government will propose legislation to overhaul the health sector and pursue changes to labor laws. President Gustavo Petro, he said Saturday as he inaugurated a new session of Congress. Petro, Colombia's first left-wing president, has pushed an ambitious set of economic changes that include changing the pension system, raising the minimum wage, and redistributing land to farmers affected by the country's armed conflict. He got his pension plan approved by Congress earlier this year, but has struggled to persuade legislators to adopt his ideas on labor laws and the health system. Ideological differences hamper his governing coalition, and numerous corruption scandals involving government ministers and the president's eldest son have decreased Petro's popularity. Leftist parties loyal to the president have the highest number of legislative seats in Colombia's history, but they lack the 50% majority needed to pass legislation independently and have been forced to bargain with parties on the center and the right. Petro is nearing the halfway point of his 4-year term, which ends in August 2026. Critics say his government has struggled to contain inflation and collect taxes, while the execution of Colombia's public budget is the lowest in decades. Petro on Saturday urged Colombia's central bank to reduce interest rates in order to boost economic growth. Petro also said his government will propose a bill that would enable government to speedily approve legislation related to Colombia's 2016 peace deal with the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. He said that implementation of the peace deal is lagging in areas such as land distribution and economic development projects for rural communities. Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva attended the launch of Guillermo Buello's campaign for mayor of Sao Paulo on Saturday, betting on the socialists to curb the advance of the far right, represented by former President Jair Bolsonaro in the country's largest city. Quote, "One thing I am certain of is that the Buello's victory, we will be able to say that the far right, the fascists, the Nazis, and the denialists, the liars and the fake news will never again govern this country or this city," unquote. This said Lula. According to the president, political polarization in the country will be evident during Sao Paulo's race between current mayor Ricardo Nunes, supported by Bolsonaro, and Buellos. Buellos is currently a federal deputy from the Socialism and Liberty Party and has a background as a leader of the homeless workers movement. He will be running for mayor for the second time, and his main goal is to reduce social inequalities. The municipal elections take place on October 6 across the country. Republican Donald Trump is holding his first public campaign rally since he was injured in an assassination attempt, an event in the battleground state of Michigan alongside his new running mate. It was exactly 1 week ago, even to the hour, even to the minute, is what Trump said, reflecting on the July 13 shooting in Pennsylvania that left him with a bloodied ear, killed one supporter in the crowd and left 2 others injured. Quote, "I stand before you only by the grace of Almighty God," unquote, he said. The white gaze on his ear, the white gauze on his ear, now replaced by a skin-colored bandage. "I shouldn't be here right now," he went on to say. Something very special happened. Trump was joined by Ohio Senator J.D. Vance at the pair's first event together since they became the GOP's nominees at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Michigan is one of the crucial swing states expected to determine the outcome of the presidential election, with Vance by his side. Trump is delivering remarks in Grand Rapids, a historically Republican stronghold that has trended increasingly blue in recent election. At the rally, Trump again talked about the shooting, acting out how he turned his head towards a chart of southern border crossings projected on a giant screen, narrowly dodging the bullet that hit his ear. Quote, "I owe immigration my life," he said. "It's true," unquote. An Israeli airstrike on Saturday night on the southern coastal village of Adlun hit an arms depot, and it was followed by a series of explosions that hit nearby villages with shrapnel, said state-run National News Agency or NNA. The agency said that 3 people were slightly wounded in the village of Kharayev and hospitalized. The agency didn't give further details about the arms depot, but it was believed to belong to Hezbollah, which has a wide presence in the area. The explosions lasted more than an hour after the airstrike, NNA said. Hezbollah's attack earlier in the day with dozens of Katyusha rockets on the northern Israeli kibbutz of Dafna came a few hours after an Israeli drone strike hit a car in the southern Lebanese village of Burj al-Muluk, and shrapnel from the missile wounded several people who were standing nearby. NNA said that the wounded civilians are Syrian citizens and they included children. The Israeli military said that about 45 projectiles were detected crossing from Lebanon into northern Israel in 3 separate barrages. It said that some were intercepted while others fell in open areas, causing no injuries but triggering several fires in the Golan Heights.
हेलो मोटो
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो परफॉर्मेंस सही सारा नहीं थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Air travel impacted as a heavy rain lashes Mumbai city. Airlines issue advisory for the flyers. Heavy to very heavy rain expected in the next 2 to 3 hours. The all-party meet ahead of the budget session ends. Opposition parties seek special status for Odisha, Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. BJD, YSRCP, they demand special status, while the RJD has demanded special package for its states. Samajwadi Party raises Kanwad Yatra nameplate issue at the all-party meet. Gaurav Gogoi brings up the vacant Deputy Speaker's post, says it should be given to the largest opposition party, Jagan, to sit on dharna in Delhi day after the budget. YSRCP has in fact alleged that under the TDP's rule, 35 murders took place in just 45 days. Akhilesh Yadav joins Mamata Banerjee's show of strength at the annual Shahid Divas rally in Kolkata. Mamata Banerjee pats Akhilesh's back for UP's Lok Sabha election success. Mamata says that the BJP government in Delhi is unstable. Abhishek Banerjee, in the meanwhile, has demanded Dharmendra Pradhan's arrest in the NEET case. After management quota row, Karnataka government throws another googly, proposes raising the IT staff's working hours to 14 per day. Karnataka State IT Employees Union says it's the biggest ever attack on the working class. Bangladesh's Supreme Court has scaled back 1971 kin quota and termed the High Court order on job quota illegal. It also slashed the quota for kin of 1971 veterans to 5% from 30%. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. Our top story at this hour that we are tracking is the Mumbai rain. Heavy rain has in fact lashed parts of Mumbai, and fresh spell of rain it has lashed the parts of Mumbai city and adjoining areas. Now visuals have been coming in from Eastern Express Highway, from Andheri, etc. And overnight and continuing morning rain has brought Mumbai to a standstill, disrupting public transport services and causing inconvenience to countless commuters. In fact, Mumbai has received heavy showers in the past couple of hours, and waterlogging has been reported in Mumbai city. Heavy to very heavy rain is also expected in the coming 2 to 3 hours. In fact, as far as air travel is concerned, air travel has been impacted as heavy rain has lashed Mumbai. Airlines, in the meanwhile, have issued advisory for all the flyers, and like I mentioned, heavy to very heavy rain is expected in next 2 to 3 hours. In fact, Air India has posted on their platform saying that it's an important update. Flights to and from Mumbai are getting affected due to heavy rains. Guests are advised to start early for the airport as slow traffic and waterlogging may delay movement. And Anuj Rayate is there covering the Mumbai rain from the ground itself. Anuj, what is the situation like? And like we are reporting at this moment, more importantly, the air travel, it has been impacted after heavy rain in Mumbai.
Yes, you see, heavy and consistent rain for the last 48 hours is affecting different forms of life here in Mumbai. And as you rightly said, air travel is the newest addition to the list. We saw that just a couple of days ago, the glitch in Microsoft software and then the entire controversy that followed throughout the, all across the world because of the outage resulted in delay of flights as well. And now the worry for the air travelers in Mumbai is increasing because of the erratic rainfall taking place in the city. Now, there has been a heavy spell of rain in the city since last couple of weeks. We see the rainfall in the country got delayed by a month already, and as a result of that, there was an expectation from everyone that rain would come sometime by the end of June, but then it did in a very heavy way, in a way that it disrupted different forms of transport, from road transport to railways in Mumbai, that is the local, to even air, that is the newest addition to the list. Yesterday we saw that all the three lines, that is the Harbour Line, Western Line and the Central Line, got affected because of this rainfall, and all of them were running at a delayed time of 10 minutes. Today, as we are reporting, and I would like to show, as you see, there's a lot of people present here, and we're seeing that there is a lot of traffic getting affected all across the city. And today is Sunday, and as a result, many people are kind of swarming to these iconic places in Mumbai. Many of the people who are coming here to get their weekly stress off, and as a result, there was a heavy deployment of the Mumbai police officials and the BMC officials to make sure that safety is maintained. But what we saw here is that after 12:10, that is the time when the high tide was experienced, the number of police personnel here went down, and as a result, people started to come and visit this place more frequently. And now, as you can see, that the rain hasn't stopped yet. It is just one of those phases when rain becomes a little light, but rain as a whole hasn't stopped, and the sea is still very aggressive. And you see that there are a few police officials and BMC officials going through this Marine Drive, telling people to stay away from the coast. But as you saw, there are many people who are still there, not really cooperating very well with the civic association officials or the police officials here in the city. So there is a multi-layered problem at the moment, be it traffic, be it cooperation with the people trying to visit the sea or the air transport. Everything is getting affected here in Mumbai, along with, of course, waterlogging in different low-lying areas of the city, including Dadar and Andheri.
Anuj, we have seen this happening over the years, and especially in a place like Mumbai, which is the financial capital of the country. And what is the authority, the BMC especially, is saying, and what are the measures that have been taken this time around to make sure that there is less waterlogging and people remain safe?
You see, right before the rainfall started coming here in the city, there were a series of meetings taken by not just the BMC but also by the state government, in that they assured everyone that measures are being taken and a plan has been laid down by everyone, including the railways, to make sure that the state machinery and the infrastructure is well prepared for the monsoons. But it is just a couple of weeks of intense monsoon that has shown the state of a different sort of infrastructure in the country. Now, what we see is that the geography of the city is very important to understand, and it's basically several islands been put together, and as a result, it creates a lot of low-lying areas which are more prone to getting waterlogged day after day, even if there is a rainfall exceeding of 60 to 70 millimeter. That is what we see in Andheri or areas close to that. South Mumbai, by that comparison, is less affected by waterlogging. But the reason that many officials shared with us, of course, off the record, is the fact that the capacity of the manholes becomes an important point here. Now, the manholes are not necessarily the ones which are present in the low-lying areas. The capacity of them gets exceeded as soon as there is a bit of rainfall, and that results into the water or the dirt that is there present inside the manholes coming out, making it difficult not just for the people but also for the travelers going around to travel in the city. We also saw what happened yesterday, right? The mishap that happened here at Grant Road, which also resulted in the death of a woman. Now, all of these things are linked to the preparation put in place by the civic association, put in place by the state government for the monsoons. And the monsoons in Mumbai have been a story of every year. It is no surprise that this year's monsoon is nothing new to Mumbai city. It has been happening, but what we are seeing is that there were a lot of political statements being made by the opposition and by the government, but it became more of a show of pushing off the responsibility rather than taking ownership of the infrastructural breakdown that we are seeing in the last couple of months here in Mumbai.
All right, Anuj Raitha, thank you very much for getting us all the latest from Mumbai, and I hope that you're also carrying an umbrella with you there. Moving on, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, he chaired an all-party meeting ahead of the budget session. The budget session, remember, will begin on Monday with Modi 3.0 presenting its first budget on July 23rd in a 3-week-long budget session. Lok Sabha Speaker has constituted 14 members, Business Advisory Committee. In the meeting, government's agenda is a union budget, and which is going to be presented on the 23rd, and the budget for Jammu and Kashmir. Now, while the opposition, they wanted to discuss NEET exam fiasco, Manipur, rising unemployment and rural distress, The BJD, the Biju Janata Dal, YSRCP, they have demanded special status for Odisha and Andhra Pradesh respectively. Now, RJD in the meanwhile has demanded special package for Bihar.
फ्लोर लीडर्स का बैठक हुई और इस बजट सेशन से पहले एक पारंपरिक हमारा बहुत उपयोगी चर्चा हुई। मैं सबसे पहले जितने पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के पार्लियामेंट में फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा जो आज मीटिंग में पार्टिसिपेट करके बहुत अच्छे सुझाव भी दिए हैं। कुल मिलाकर के 44 पार्टीज का भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला करके 44 पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का पार्टिसिपेशन आज ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में हुई।
All right, with respect to the opposition's demands, sources have told NDTV that Samajwadi Party has raised the Kamar Yatra issue. In that particular meeting, the Congress, in fact, has raised the Deputy Speaker post issue, which has been vacant. YSRCP has raised the law and order issue in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, the YSRCP has also sought special status for Andhra Pradesh, while the RJD has demanded a special package for Bihar.
पहले परंपराओं में था डिप्टी स्पीकर अपोजिशन पार्टी को मिलता था।
मिला, सूरज भान जी रहे कि नहीं रहे?
तो इस बार वेकेंट क्यों रखना चाहती है सरकार? ऐसा
ये सरकार विपक्ष रखना ही नहीं चाहती है। देख नहीं रहे आप? इनका तो उद्देश्य ही है।
Well, joining with me is K. Suresh, sir. What all issues had been raised by the Congress party and the opposition parties in the all-party
meeting in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha convened by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Honorable Razakars ji was chaired the meeting. We raised number of issues, UP Kanwar Yatra problems, and also repeated terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir. We want to discuss in the House. NEET exam like a scam. Also want to discuss in the House. Price rise and unemployment raising. There are a number of burning issues we raise in the all-party meeting to discuss in the House in various rules and occasions. So here all the members, opposition parties demand. But Honorable Razakars ji is not given any assurance.
No assurances have been given.
Not given. They want to smooth running the House. That's only they want.
In the all-party meeting, we had political parties from Bihar and Andhra Pradesh also demanding special category status for their respective states. Biju Janata Dal has demanded for special category status for Odisha. We join issue with our other counterparts from other states as well, who feel there is a similar need required for their respective states.
Meanwhile, the YSRCP has raised charges of lawlessness in Andhra Pradesh. Former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagannath Reddy is set to protest in Delhi against the TDP government. The YSRCP has demanded President's rule in Andhra Pradesh. This is owing to the lawlessness and the breakdown of law and order in Andhra Pradesh, which is now being ruled by the TDP. In fact, 35 murders took place in just 45 days of the ruling by the TDP, and hence the former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister has decided to protest in Delhi against the TDP government. And after successive electoral victories in which she defeated the BJP in West Bengal, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, she addressed a massive rally today in Kolkata, a day which is commemorated as Shahid Divas by the Trinamool Congress to mark the death and honour 13 people who were killed in police firing during a demonstration in 1993, led by the then West Bengal Youth Congress leader Mamata Banerjee. This year, Mamata Banerjee, she was joined by Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav. In fact, her nephew Abhishek Banerjee, he was there at the rally, and he has said that if Partha Chatterjee can be raided and arrested in the alleged job scam, then why can't they arrest Dharmendra Pradhan in the NEET paper leak case? In the meanwhile, Akhilesh Yadav, he has said that the BJP-led NDA government at the centre, it won't last long and will fall soon.
हम आपको पार्टी को, समाजवादी पार्टी को पहले अभिनंदन करने चाहूंगी कि यूपी में जो खेल आपने दिखाया, अभी तो बीजेपी को रिजाइन करना चाहिए था, लेकिन उसको शर्म कम होता है। आपको थोड़ा से दिन इंतजार करने पड़ेगा, लेकिन आपका साथ मैं सहमत हूं कि दिल्ली में जो गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी लगा के, इलेक्शन कमीशन को लगा के, डरा के जो गवर्नमेंट ले आया, वो स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट नहीं है। कोई भी दिन हो जा सकता है। जैसे कभी धूप आता है, बारिश होता है, उसका बाद ऐसे बहुत दिन हो गया। इनफ इज इनफ।
जो दिल्ली में सरकार में बैठे लोग हैं, वो सरकार चलने वाली नहीं है, वो सरकार गिरने वाली है। और हम और आप लोग देखेंगे एक दिन कि यही सरकार गिरेगी और हमारे आपके लिए खुशियों के दिन भी आएंगे।
All right, time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels
Welcome back. Amid a huge uproar over a bill that directed private firms in Karnataka to reserve jobs for Kannadigas, the state government is now planning to raise the IT staff's working hours to 14 per day. The Karnataka State IT Employees Union said on Saturday. According to the union, the proposal to amend the Karnataka Shops and Commercial Establishment Act to facilitate a 14-hour working day was presented in a meeting called by the Labour Department with various stakeholders in the industry. Now, if implemented, the extended work hours will have the biggest impact on Bengaluru, the state capital, known as the IT hub of the country. An elderly man and his wife, they have been arrested in Pune for allegedly assaulting a woman who was travelling on a scooter with 2 children yesterday. In a shocking incident of road rage, Swapnil Kekre, who was allegedly angry because he wasn't given space to overtake, pulled the woman's hair and punched her twice with such force that her nose started bleeding extensively. A case was registered against Swapnil Kekre after Jerlyn De Silva, a digital content creator, she posted a video narrating her ordeal. De Silva claimed she was on the Pashan Baner Link Road on a scooter with her children, and a man in a car had been speeding behind them for nearly 2 kilometers.
Hi everyone, my name is Jerlyn De Silva. I was on the street of Baner Pashan Link Road. I was with 2 kids. There was an old man who was speeding through us for 2 kilometers, and I was somehow taking the vehicle from the left hand side, not wanting to come into his way. This guy overspeeds, risks life of so many people and takes a left turn, takes me on the side. He gets out of the car very furiously. He gives me like 2 punches. He pulls me completely, like he pulls my hair. I had 2 kids. He didn't care about the kids. And this is how it is at the moment. And yeah, I just want to say, how safe is the city? Where is this going? Why are people behaving like maniacs? I had 2 kids on me. कुछ भी हो सकता था. Or I don't know where all of this is going. I just want that this man should get, the cops should just punish him for what he did. There was a lady who helped me. There were people who were seeing. He punched me right in my face and I started bleeding immediately. So, yeah, I don't know what to say.
And Bangladesh's top court on Sunday scaled back but did not abolish a contentious quota system for civil service job applicants after the scheme's reintroduction last month that precipitated deadly nationwide civil strife. The Supreme Court has said that the High Court verdict was illegal. Attorney General A.M. Aminuddin, he told the news agency AFP, referring to an earlier ruling that reintroduced the quotas. He added that 5% of civil service jobs would remain reserved for the children of Independence War veterans and 2% for other categories. So the Bangladesh Supreme Court scaling back the 71 veterans skin quotas, calling the High Court order on job quota illegal and cutting the quota for kin of 1971 veterans to 5% from 30%. And Vishal Vivek joins us on the phone line to get us more on this story. Vishal, the Bangladesh's Supreme Court, it has scaled back the kin quota, but it has not entirely abolished it. What does it mean in the larger context?
So what that means is, it has, as you mentioned, it has scaled back from 30% to 5%. So it has significantly brought down the number, but as you mentioned, it has not abolished it. It could be taken in the context of the whole situation, as in the public, the people who are protesting, they could feel some sense of a relief, but what they will do, what kind of, the talks happen over the period of time, over the next few days, that will give us more, bigger picture of what's to come, because as we've been reporting in the last few days, at least 150 people have been killed in the violent protests between, the clashes between police and paramilitary personnel, clashes between police and the protesters, mostly student protesters, who have been protesting against this, kin quota that we've been reporting. So this whole protest started because the people, the students, they wanted the kin quota to be, abolished because they feel it's unfair. They are okay with the other quotas, but they were particularly concerned with the skin quota.
Right.
So now that Supreme Court has, somewhat, taken it back, although not fully, there is some sense of relief, but we'll have to wait and see what happens in the next few hours as to whether or not the curfew is taken back, because the curfew was the main bit in the last 2 days. Yeah.
All right, Vishal Vivek, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Time now for a very short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition.
Welcome to this special broadcast on NDTV. Did you ever wish that you had someone guiding you on money matters from the time you drew your first paycheck? I know I did, and there is a new financial playbook to guide you through it. Scott Galloway's The Algebra of Wealth, a simple formula for success, actually gives us a formula to work with, which is easy to adopt but requires building the right muscles from a young age to master it. Joining me now is the author of the book, Scott Galloway. Scott, thanks for speaking to NDTV.
Thanks for having me, Tanama.
Right. So Scott, I have your book right here with me, and I've gone through it, all the chapters actually, and I want to pick your brain further on it. So to begin with, please share with our viewers what is the algebra of wealth and how to apply it in the simplest possible way in our daily lives.
Sure. So thanks again for having me. So it's a basic equation, and that is the first is focus, and that is try and find something that you're really good at. Young people are often told to find their passion. I think oftentimes they mistake a hobby for their passion. My view is they should find their talent, something they're really good at. Maybe could be someday in the top 10% in an industry, and this is the key part, that has a 90+% employment rate. The romance industries, acting, modeling, sports, the arts tend to be very low paying and have high unemployment rates. So if you can find something you're good at and then totally focus on it, go all in, don't have side hustles, such that you can establish currency in the marketplace and start making some money. You have to make some money to become wealthy. And then you apply stoicism, and that is recognize that some things you can control, some things you can't. What is in your control is how much money you spend. Try and develop a savings muscle. Try and spend less than you make, such that you can deploy an army of capital that goes out at night and makes money for you while you're sleeping. The third thing is to recognize and appreciate the value of time and how fast it goes. Our species has a difficult time understanding how fast time will go. And finally, diversification, and that is you don't need to be a hero. You don't need to find an NVIDIA. You don't need to find the needle in the haystack. You can buy the whole haystack. And 10% a year returns, which the NASDAQ and the S&P have done since 2008, may sound boring, but that means every 7 years you're doubling your money. Every 14 years your money is going up fourfold. So find your talent, focus on it, appreciate how fast time will go, spend less than you make, and try and diversify your investment portfolio.
Right. In fact, you use these terms, focus, stoicism, time and diversification, as you just elaborated on. Now, which one, according to you, is the bigger challenge in today's world, or what do you think most people struggle with?
I think, well, in your 20s, let's be honest, it's really hard to find something you're really good at that you can make good money at. It takes time. Most people don't find it initially. I don't know if you always wanted to be in broadcast journalism your whole life, but when I was younger, I thought I was going to be an athlete. Then I thought I was going to be a doctor. Then I thought I was going to be an investment banker. And I finally landed in teaching and in analytics. So don't be hard on yourself if it takes you some time as a young person to find your talent and your focus. It's also, quite frankly, very difficult in a capitalist economy to save any money because every day you have very intelligent people with godlike technology convincing you to upgrade from economy to first class, to book a bigger room, that there's 5 people looking at this hotel room, and if you don't book it, you might lose it. So it is very difficult to save money in this era. And then as you get older and you make some money, I would say that the difficult thing to do is to diversify, because people are under the impression that if they believe in something and they have conviction, that they should go all in on something, and that's what the popular press tells them. So at every stage of life, there are challenges here. This is not easy, but it's doable.
Mm-hmm. Right. In fact, your book is peppered with a lot of personal experiences that you've drawn upon while writing it. Now, you also mentioned it in your previous answer that it's important to find what you're good at, basically your talent. And you also specify that talent is greater than passion and one should pursue what one is good at rather than what probably pumps our blood more. Now, most people find that very difficult. So in order to actually find out what they're very good at a young age. So if you could tell us, how can a young person determine, spotting their talent before they step into the job scene, how can that be made easier, or what are some of the things that they can practice from a very young age before they actually hit the job market?
Well, the first is to recognize where you're going to need to be to make a living in any industry. If you want to be a football player, you need to be in the top 0.1%. And so if you think you're going to make a living in football, you need to be honest with yourself about whether you are getting signals that you could be in the top 0.1%. The other thing is to workshop a variety of different things. Most people do not start in the career that they end up in. So work hard at something, stick with it, apply yourself, but have an honest conversation after 2 or 3 years around whether or not it really suits you and if you're really good at it. And then Also, I think it's very hard to read the label from inside of the bottle. Hard to read the label from inside of the bottle, Tanama. And I would suggest assembling what I call a kitchen cabinet. And that is 3 or 4 people who know you, who you respect, who are smart, and most importantly, will give you honest feedback even when it's painful, and ask them questions. Am I in the right job? Am I doing well? Because sometimes young people get discouraged and think this is hard. I don't like it. It must not be my passion. No, sometimes that's just work, and most people's first jobs are not that enjoyable. So 1, workshop a series of different careers if one isn't getting you anywhere. 2, recognize that some industries you need to have a higher bar for how good you are. And then finally, assemble a kitchen cabinet to give you honest advice along the way.
Right. Now, another thing while I was reading your book which struck me is you've also advocated that knowing when to quit is very important. Another thing that a lot of people struggle with, because either they don't find the courage to do so or they feel that they are going to be branded as a failure. So how do you destigmatize that?
Well, it's to recognize that people think success is a line that's straight and upward to the right. It's not. Success for most people is a jagged line or a squiggly line. So 1, again, forgive yourself. Recognize that almost every successful person has endured failure. The only thing I can promise any young person is that throughout their life they will have a series of joyous events and they will also face tragedy. And success is mostly a function of luck, when and where you're born, but it's also a function of your ability to endure failure. I've had companies go bankrupt. I've had a divorce. I've had a lot of personal failure. I've lost people I love. But the key to my success has been my ability to mourn and to move on. So recognize early that a lot of your success and a lot of your failure is not your fault. So when you're doing well, try and have some humility and be grateful, but also when things aren't going well, when you get laid off, when investment goes bad, when a relationship doesn't work out, forgive yourself and recognize that at the end of your life, and surveys show this, that looking back on your life, the thing you will regret the most is not bad things happening to you, but how upset you let yourself be at that bad thing. Nothing is ever as good or as bad as it seems.
Okay, so to keep moving on is the mantra. Now, Scott, as we mentioned that your book has a lot of personal experiences, which you have jotted down. And so this is, of course, coming from a certain era, certain age. But when you look at Gen Z, Generation Z, a lot of them have this philosophy that they actually think work-life balance is very important. Now, do you think that's possible, that concept?
Well, it is, but what I would suggest is you have an honest and sober conversation around what is required to achieve your goals. So when I survey my students around where they expect to be economically, say by the age 30 or 35, the majority of them, Tanama, expect to be in the top 1%. And most of the evidence shows that if you expect to be in the top 10%, much less the top 1% in terms of influence and economic reward, that you will pretty much have to do nothing but work for a good 1 or 2 decades. And when people say they want to be in the top 1%, but they also value balance, they're not being honest with themselves. There's nothing wrong with moving to a lower cost neighborhood, adjusting down your cost of living and working to live as opposed to living to work. But if you expect to take home a lot of money and be very economically successful, then the reality is you're going to have to acknowledge that you're going to have to work exceptionally hard. So amongst the most ambitious, I would argue that balance for a good 20 years is a myth, and you need to have a sober conversation around the requisite commitment to achieve your goals.
Also, Scott, when I was going through your book, I felt that it's a gold mine for someone who's just starting out. But do you think your book can also help someone who's mid-career?
I think so, Tanama, because what I hear from a lot of people in their 30s and 40s is the book is focused on youth. And that is, if you save $2,000 or $3,000 a year from the age of 21, even if you don't sell a bestseller, even if you don't produce a movie, even if you don't have an investment like NVIDIA, you'll still be fine. But a lot of people wake up in their 40s and haven't started saving and say, is it too late for me? And the reality is with today's technology, if you're 35, you're probably going to live another 60 years. You're probably going to work another 40 years. Now, you need to be more aggressive in terms of saving, but you also have some advantages. You may have a partner where you can get alignment around financial goals and work together and apply the power of a team. You may be able at some point to realize how much money you need to retire to live on, which is a blessing because you can reverse engineer into how much money you will need to save and start saving that amount. And then as you get into your 30s and 40s, you can think about a lifestyle arbitrage, and then just ask yourself, do you need to live in the highest cost areas in the world? Maybe once the kids are out of the house, could you downshift and move to a much lower cost city? There are a lot of people in the U.S. moving to lower cost domains, including Costa Rica or Mexico. A lot of people moving to Athens in Europe. So there are advantages at any age, but to think that it's too late in your 30s or 40s ignores just how long we are living. It's not too late. You need to apply more discipline. You need to save more, but you can absolutely make it happen.
Right. Scott, that brings me to the last question that I wanted to ask you, and veering off a little away from your book, but it's connected. Have you been to India? Have you traveled to India?
India is the most important, relevant country in the world I haven't been to, but I plan to fix that problem in the next couple of years. I moved to London, and I'm very excited to come to India.
All right. So my question basically was,